Chapter 3661. Brat, don't ever meet me, or I will make you wish you were dead. Yu Chenya's eyes were filled with killing intent. This time he was absolutely confident. He believed that the divine art he unleashed would be able to kill his opponent. Finally, it was time for revenge. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was the genius, and his opponent was just a lucky trash. Ghostly looked at Lin Xian and smiled coldly. Di Ling snorted. The first place of this round will definitely be me. You are not my opponent at all. The last time he was surpassed by Di Ling, it was the greatest humiliation of his life. So this time, no matter what, he had to step on Di Ling. The others felt their scalps go numb. It seemed that the 8 geniuses were really confident. He wondered what kind of power the divine ability they comprehended would have. At this time, Wuxuang City warriors walked out and said coldly, "All right, the test will begin now. Follow me." They left the area where the stone tablet was and came to another area. This area was very spacious, and it was still within the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. The test this time was very simple. You can choose your opponent, and you can only fight one-on-one. Those who succeed will advance to the next round, and those who fail will be eliminated and immediately become an in-name disciple. However, although it was a one-on-one battle, the winner can continue to fight with others. Everyone can fight at least once and at most 5 times. You should understand, right? Hearing this, many people's faces changed. What? You can fight 5 people in a row? Their expressions were filled with fear. If Di Ling was an expert like him, he would be able to defeat 5 people. That meant that 5 people would be eliminated. Damn it, this way, even half of the people would not be able to stay. Previously, they thought that the elimination rate was only 50%, but now it seemed that it was not so. If an expert was ruthless enough to join forces, most of the people would be eliminated. The originally cruel situation had now become even more cruel. Yu Chenya, Ghostly, Di Ling, and the others all revealed a sinister smile. It was great to be able to challenge 5 people. Yu Chenya was the first to jump out, staring at Lin Xian. "Kid, come and die. I will ruthlessly step on you under my feet." Lin Xian shook his head. "I refuse. Fight with them? What kind of joke was this?" He wasn't interested at all. Puff! Yu Chenya spat out a mouthful of blood. Rejected. Damn it. He actually looked down on him. "Brat, are you a man or not? Fight me if you have the guts." "You're too weak. I'm not interested." Lin Xian still shook his head. "Fuck, I'm gonna kill you. I'll definitely kill you." Yu Chenya had completely lost his mind. He was too weak? Not interested. Damned brat. What are you pretending for? He was a 4th heavenly layer sage. Even though he was suppressing his cultivation state right now, he had comprehended the mystic skills on the heaven steel. He could definitely take down the other party. The surrounding people's mouths twitched. They didn't expect Lin Xian to directly reject them. He really didn't give them any face. "Brat, if you don't dare, then quickly kneel down and kowtow to me. With me as your superior, I can consider sparing your life." Yu Chenya was extremely arrogant. Lin Xian finally sighed. "I've rejected you twice, which is equivalent to saving your life twice. I've given you 2 chances. However, you didn't cherish them and even dared to provoke me. Since you want to be eliminated so badly, fine, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian walked out, and the others retreated. The 4 peerless city martial artists formed a seal with their palms, forming an array in the arena. Then they stood on one side. There was only one rule, and that was no killing. "All right, it's starting now. Yu Chenya, you should feel lucky that the rule here is that no killing is allowed. Otherwise, if you fought with me, I'm afraid you would die 10 times in a second. Damned brat, don't be so arrogant. Go to hell." Yu Chenya was really mad. The other party's previous disregard and the current disdain was something he, as a genius, couldn't tolerate. Heaven piercing finger. He raised his finger and pointed forward. Suddenly, the laws of heaven and earth surged and thunder roared. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. What kind of mystic skill is this? I know, This is one of the mystic skills on the heaven steel. It's the heaven-piercing finger. Many people screamed. They had tried to comprehend the heaven-piercing finger before, but they couldn't comprehend it completely. They didn't expect Yuchinya to be so talented to be able to use the heaven-piercing finger. Even the other geniuses of the 8 great geniuses exclaimed in shock. This Yuchinya was incredible. If given a chance, he might be able to improve again. Oh, the mystic skill on the heaven steel? However, you haven't mastered it yet. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand, and a sword made of laws appeared. He held the sword and slashed forward. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying sword chi filled the air. Everyone felt their bodies tremble. In the next moment, they saw the sword chi transform into a giant ice bear, roaring at the sky. It could freeze everything with a wave of its hand. What kind of sword technique is this? It's too terrifying. Many people were shocked. Some of the top geniuses were also shocked. There was no such technique on the heaven steel. Indeed, they had comprehended the heaven steel, but they didn't see such a sword technique. Suddenly, someone screamed. It's not one of the 12 heaven steels. It's one of the 10 Xian steels. I know. It's called the Sword of 100 Battles. What? The sword technique on the 108 Xian steels. Heavens, isn't that the weakest mystic skill? What is this Lin Wudi doing? He wants to use the mystic steel's mystic skill to fight against the heaven steel's mystic skill? Isn't this hitting a stone with an egg? Everyone went crazy. In their knowledge, the heaven steel's mystic skill was the strongest, and the Xian steel's mystic skill was the weakest. The only thing that could fight against the heaven steel's mystic skill was another heaven steel's mystic skill. But now, Lin Wudi actually took out a mystic steel's mystic skill to fight against the heaven steel's mystic skill. Gue Li sneered. So he's an idiot. I wanted to play with him, but now I don't have any interest. Di Ling snorted. Such a person, and I'm treating him as my opponent. What a joke. The first place of the second round will be mine. Yuchinya laughed loudly. He laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He doesn't know what's good for him. He dares to fight against me with such a mystic steel's mystic skill? His eyes were filled with killing intent. Even if he couldn't kill his opponent, he had to severely injure him. He wanted to torture his opponent until he wished he was dead. The heaven-piercing finger was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could pierce a hole in the sky. It was too easy to kill his opponent. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Not only him, but everyone else was also stunned. The ice aura on the ice-field giant bear directly sealed the heaven-piercing finger. Not only that, the ice-field giant bear rushed over with its powerful physique and directly slammed into Yuchinya's body. Bang! Yuchinya was pushed back. With a bang, a huge crack spread. Yuchinya was also pushed back. He spat out blood, and a thick layer of frost appeared on his body. Chapter 3662. What? Yuchinya was pushed back, and the surrounding people were stunned. How was that possible? The mystic tablet divine ability had fought against the divine tablet divine ability and won. Could it be that Lin Wudi had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical? Damn it! What the hell was Yuchinya doing? Gue Li frowned. Di Ling sneered. Don't worry, that was just the first move. Maybe Yuchinya was careless, but if he got serious, that kid would definitely die. Yuchinya stopped in his tracks. His face was terrifyingly gloomy, and his handsome face had turned malevolent. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you. Careless, he was indeed careless. He thought that his opponent's divine ability was weak, but he did not expect his opponent to have some tricks up his sleeves. Kid, you're not bad to be able to cultivate the mystic tablet divine ability to such a level, but this is your upper limit. My divine tablet divine ability is not something you can compare to. I'll definitely kill you with my next move. Next move? You still want to kill me? What a joke. I'll defeat you with this move, and you'll be eliminated and become an honorary disciple. Lin Xian's lips curled up in disdain. From the beginning, He had never thought of Yu Qinya as an opponent. The others felt their scalps go numb when they heard that. That move was enough to defeat Yu Qinya? Indeed, it was not over yet. The sword of 100 battles could transform into 15 types of beasts, and the move would only be over when the beasts disappeared. Someone who had cultivated the same sword skill quickly explained. When the others heard this, they understood that the ice-field giant bear was still there, which meant that this move was not over yet. Could it be that Lin Wudi wanted to use this move to defeat one of the 8 great prodigies? You still want to defeat me? Dream on! Yu Qinya was really mad. He waved his finger, and it was like a heavenly sword piercing through the sky. The heaven-breaking finger was once again used, and it was surrounded by terrifying laws and the power of heaven and earth. Shred! 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 Lin Xian waved his sword and roared 3 times. Suddenly, the giant bear in front of him went berserk. His body grew twice as big as a mountain, and the icy aura around him became even more terrifying. With a wave of the bear's paw, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Streaks of spatial energy shot out one after another, filling the air. He roared, his eyes completely red as he attacked Yu Qinya. Yu Qinya's heaven-breaking finger directly hit the head of the ice-field giant bear, shattering its skull. However, this was not a real demonic beast. Instead, it was formed from a sword chi. Although it had lost its head, it was still capable of attacking. His bare paw ruthlessly slapped Yu Qinya's body, causing Yu Qinya to vomit blood. Damn it, block it for me. Yu Qinya clenched his teeth and roared. However, in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, he was unable to use some of his abilities and physique. He could only rely on the heaven-piercing finger to defend himself. However, before he could unleash the 3rd heaven-piercing finger, his body was torn apart. Saintly blood gushed out madly, and he screamed in pain as he flew backwards. Ah! Miserable cries rang out, making people's scalps go numb. Everyone was stunned. Silence reigned between heaven and earth. What did they see? Yu Qinya was defeated. He had really lost. He was defeated by a single sword strike. Lin Wudi was too strong. One sword strike, using the Xian Monument's divine ability to defeat the Tian Monument's divine ability. This was a heaven-defying move. At this moment, the 8 great geniuses all gasped for breath. Those who were comprehending the innate techniques of the heavenly steel all had extremely heavy expressions on their faces. If they encountered this sword, would they be able to withstand it? What was going on with this Lin Wudi? Some of the people who were comprehending the sword of 100 battles were terrified. What was going on? Was the sword art they had comprehended so powerful? One had to know that even a 10th of their strength would be considered formidable. However, why was Lin Wudi able to display such a powerful might? Could it be that this was the difference in talent? Thinking of this, their faces were filled with despair. The 4 warriors from Wushuang City were also surprised. Their eyes shone with a strange light, as expected of Lin Wudi, as expected of the heaven-defying monster who set the record for the first trial. To be able to display the power of the sword of 100 battles to such an extent, he was probably the only one. A person walked out and said in a deep voice, "In this battle, Lin Wudi had won and Yu Qinya had lost. He had been eliminated and was now an unnamed disciple. No, damn it, I haven't lost. I still have the strength to fight. No, you can't do this to me." Yu Qinya screamed like a madman. He had been eliminated and was now an unnamed disciple? What a joke! He was one of the 8 great geniuses, and he had the confidence to win this round. But now he had actually lost. If he went out, how could he face the others? He still wanted to struggle, but the people from Wushuang City waved their sleeves and formed an array to teleport Yu Qinya away. Those who had lost were not qualified to be here. Outside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, Yu Qinya's figure appeared. His broken body had healed in an instant. The suppression of his cultivation base was gone, and he had completely recovered his cultivation base of a level 4 sage. With a roar, heaven and earth shook. I can't accept this. He really couldn't accept this. But what could he do? It was not his turn to behave atrociously here. If he did not follow the rules, the people from Wushuang City would kill him instantly. Damn it, that kid will definitely be eliminated. Not only did he offend me, but he also offended Diling. With Diling's means and thoughts, he would definitely eliminate him. Yu Qinya calmed down. He wanted to see that kid being eliminated with his own eyes. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. Inside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, everyone was still in a state of great shock. They did not expect that one of the 8 great geniuses would be eliminated in such a way. Lin Xian kept his sword of laws and relaxed his shoulders. I already said that he was not my opponent, and I had already spared him twice. But this kid is courting death. You can't blame me. Everyone's mouth twitched. Who would have thought that you were telling the truth? They all thought that you were just pretending. Who would have thought that you were so powerful? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with a strange expression. Shi Bufan, Zi Tiancheng, and the others' mouths twitched. To be honest, they had also planned to challenge Lin Wudi, but now it seemed that they should forget about it. If they did not handle it well, they might be eliminated directly. That would be a huge loss of face. Yu Qinya was an idiot. He was not strong enough and could not comprehend it, but it did not mean that the divine steel's ability was not powerful. At this moment, Diling spoke. He was also comprehending the divine steel's ability, so he naturally had to protect the power of the divine steel. Yes, that's right. Yu Qinya did not comprehend the essence of the divine steel's ability. A few people agreed. Oh, so you have comprehended the essence of the divine steel's ability? Why don't you fight with me? Let me see how far you have comprehended it. Lin Xian stared at Diling. This person had also provoked him time and time again. If there was a chance, he would not mind eliminating him in advance. Thank you for your recommendation, monthly votes and rewards. 5th update. Please support me. Chapter 3663. Lin Xian stared at Diling, ready to eliminate him. Everyone was excited. They did not expect that Lin Xian would fight with Diling first. The two of them would fight. If they fought, then one of them would be eliminated. It was unbelievable. Even Wang Xiaofeng and the people of Stillwater Sky City were shocked. To be honest, if there was no special hatred between the 8 geniuses, they would avoid this kind of elimination and try to enter the next round. Then they would fight for the ranking. But now Diling and Lin Xian were going to fight. I'm not afraid of you. I've been wanting to eliminate you for a long time. Diling also stood out. He was very unhappy that Lin Xian got first place in the first round. Now, Lin Xian dared to provoke him. This made him feel that Lin Xian was dead meat. Kid, you think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Yu Qinya? You're too naive. Yu Qinya, that trash, didn't understand much of the essence. I'll tell you, I'm the most heaven-defying one. The divine steel's divine ability that I comprehended is definitely not something you can imagine. Don't be so full of yourself. Otherwise, when you're eliminated, you'll only be slapped in the face. Lin Xian sneered. The others retreated, leaving only the 2 of them. At this moment, more than 10,000 people were completely excited. They were about to witness a shocking battle. What kind of divine ability did the 2 of them comprehend? Did Lin Wudi know how to use such a low-level divine ability? No, Lin Wudi, other than the sword of 100 battles. He also comprehended the divine steel's divine ability, but the time he spent on it was very short, only a month. And the divine steel's divine ability that he comprehended was the same as Diling's. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. The 2 of them comprehended the same divine ability. This was too unbelievable, but the time difference between the 2 of them was twice as long. Lin Xian, was he Diling's opponent? Buzz. Diling stood there. A terrifying aura of heaven and earth appeared on his body. His eyes were like lightning. The aura of the entire space became condensed. His palms formed a seal. A law flew out from his fingertips, and then he shouted. Boom! Boom! A large crack appeared in the sky, and then an illusory figure walked out of it. It was a headless warrior. He wore tattered armor and held a broken sword in his hand. His aura was unparalleled. Heavens, what is this thing? What kind of divine ability was this? Everyone went crazy. They didn't expect this. This was called the Spirit Summoning Incantation. It could be used to summon powerful heroic spirits from the void of the universe. Ling's cold voice was heard. The more profound one's cultivation was, the stronger the summoned spirit would be. Kid, let's see how you're going to compete with me. After he finished speaking, he shouted angrily. Another figure walked out. This was also a heroic spirit. He held a long saber in his hand, and his aura was unparalleled. The two heroic spirits circled around in the sky, carrying mountains of corpses and seas of blood. These two must have been incredible saints when they were alive. Even if he had been dead for so long, his heroic spirit could still be summoned. Brat, let's see how you can be compared to me. Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He was very confident in himself. The people from Wushuang City frowned. They had to admit that Ling was very powerful. He could summon 2 heroic spirits in 3 months. How was Lin Wudi going to compete with him? Was he going to use the same spirit summoning incantation as Ling? Or was he going to use the Sword of 100 Battles? Or was he going to use the Psychic Hand? Could he summon 2 heroic spirits? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Looks like you're stronger than that trash, Yu Qinya. All right, I'll play with you. As he spoke, Lin Xian's fingers began to form a series of hand seals. In the next moment, his expression became serious. His eyes were like divine swords, looking in all directions. He also knew the spirit summoning incantation. Crack, crack, crack. A large vortex appeared in the sky. Then, an illusory figure appeared. It was a warhorse. Everyone was shocked. The first to walk out of the vortex was a warhorse. It was tall and big, and it was obviously a powerful beast. There was a person sitting on the warhorse. It was a horseman, a headless horseman. He held a long spear in his hand, and his murderous aura was unparalleled. Everyone was shocked to see this. After waiting for a long time, they were surprised to find that there was only a headless horseman riding a warhorse. Other than that, there was no one else. Could it be that Lin Wudi could only summon one of them? If so, how could Lin Wudi be Ling's opponent? Ha ha ha! Ling laughed arrogantly. You've really disappointed me. I didn't expect you to only summon one. With your strength, you dare to be arrogant in front of me? I advise you to obediently kneel down, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Ling's eyes were filled with disdain. 2 against 1. There was no way he would lose. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. You're really arrogant. Do you really think you're going to win? Some things can't be decided by quantity. Is that so? You've only comprehended it for 1.5 months. Can you compare with me, who comprehended it for 3 months? I'll let you die today. Ling sneered. The 2 heroic spirits he summoned quickly charged over. On the other side, the headless horseman rode a warhorse and charged at the same speed. The long spear in his hand pierced out. The void kept shattering, and the heaven and earth kept rumbling. Everyone retreated. At the same time, they widened their eyes, not wanting to miss any details. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 heroic spirits charged out forcefully, causing the warhorse to neigh nonstop. However, the headless horseman's figure was very tall and straight. The long spear in his hand was like lightning. With one strike, the heaven and earth shattered. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. The 4 warriors from Wushuang City were even more shocked. How was this possible? Their faces were filled with shock. Ling was even more shocked. Impossible! He screamed. He found that the 2 heroic spirits he summoned were pierced through by the opponent's spear and nailed to the void. Boom! The long spear shook and directly tore the 2 heroic spirits apart. In the end, the 2 heroic spirits turned into spiritual energy and dissipated in the sky. Are the 2 heroic spirits very powerful? Do you really think that this matter can be won by quantity? I've said it before. You're no match for me. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Wuti was already so powerful. He only used 1.5 months to comprehend, and the heroic spirits he summoned were stronger than Di Ling in 3 months. It was really too unbelievable. Di Ling's face was filled with madness. His face was distorted. Impossible. I don't believe it. How can your talent be stronger than mine? He had completely collapsed. What the hell was going on? Chapter 3664. Those were the 2 hero spirits that he had summoned. They were so powerful, but they were destroyed by the other party in one blow. It was unbelievable. Was the other party really more talented than him? One of his hero spirits could defeat 2 of his hero spirits. I don't believe it. Die. Di Ling formed a seal again, wanting to summon his hero spirits. At the same time, he charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the headless horseman brandished his spear and slashed at Di Ling. This attack seemed to be able to split everything apart. Di Ling was shocked and quickly retreated. As soon as he left, a spatial crack appeared where he was standing. It was a shocking sight. One had to admit that the headless horseman was too powerful. In the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, with his cultivation suppressed, the headless horseman could kill anything in his way. Sure enough, after that, the Imperial Mausoleum was hunted down. He didn't have time to form a seal at all because the headless horseman was too fast and too powerful. If he delayed for a moment, his body would probably be pierced through. Damn it! Di Ling roared as he ran. He had never been chased by anyone before. The people around him were all stunned. Heavens, was this still Di Ling? Was this still the high and mighty place of the 8 prodigies? At this moment, Di Ling was in an extremely sorry state. He was like a stray dog that had nowhere to run. Buzz! Finally, the headless horseman exploded. The war horse under his feet roared and turned into a stream of light. The spear in his hand directly enveloped Di Ling. Damn it! Block it for me! Di Ling roared, but the spear still pierced through his body. Drip, drip. Fresh blood flowed down the spear and fell into the void. It was like thunder, making people's hearts beat wildly. Di Ling was injured. He tried so hard to dodge, but he was still injured. It couldn't be helped. The headless horseman was too strong. If they were outside, his cultivation wouldn't be suppressed and he would be able to use his mystique. Di Ling wouldn't be injured. But here, under these rules, Di Ling couldn't resist. He felt his entire body go numb. This spear had made him lose the ability to fight. His eyes were burning as he screamed at the sky. Damn it! Lin Xian walked over and looked down at the other party. What? You're not convinced? We had a fair fight. What are you unhappy about? Indeed, everyone was silent. If Lin Xian had used a saint artifact or some other trump card to win, then they might not have been convinced. But now, this was an absolutely fair environment. If he lost, then he lost. There was no excuse. Go to hell. Di Ling suddenly became furious. He waved his hand and a beam of light flew out. It was a chain of law. However, it was easily dodged by Lin Xian. What, you still want to plot against me? He didn't know the difference between life and death. With a cold snort, the headless horseman's spear trembled and directly shattered Di Ling's body into pieces. Everyone swallowed their saliva. This was already a serious injury, right? Ah! Di Ling screamed. If it weren't for the fact that I can't kill you, you would have died 1,000 times over by now. How dare you sneak attack me? Lin Xian stepped on Di Ling's head. The headless horseman's warhorse stepped on the dismembered body. Di Ling was so angry that he vomited blood. When had he ever been treated like this? This was humiliation. He was unwilling, but he really couldn't resist now. Damn brat. If we fought outside, you wouldn't be my opponent at all. Put away your pride. You are more than 1,000 years older than me. Of course, you have the advantage outside. Moreover, you can borrow other powers. For example, the mysterious coffin in your body that doesn't belong to you. These don't represent your own power. Do you understand? Also, do you really think that you can beat me outside? You have a trump card, do you think I don't? Therefore, don't be arrogant outside. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state. As Lin Xian spoke, he stomped down hard on Di Ling's head, causing it to creak. Di Ling was so angry that he couldn't speak. He could only vomit blood to express his anger. The people of Wushuang City walked out and said loudly, "In this battle, Lin Wuti won." Di Ling lost and was eliminated. He was now a registered disciple. With a wave of his hand, the array teleported Di Ling's body out. Looking at the blood on the ground, everyone felt numb. Di Mausoleum was defeated and eliminated. This was earth-shattering news, because they never thought that Di Ling would be defeated. One had to know that in countless people's guesses, Di Ling was the favorite to win the championship. But now, this favorite to win the championship was eliminated in the second round. Outside the Copper Sparrow Terrace, Yu Qinya was alone there, anxiously waiting. He guessed that Di Ling would make a move at this time, because Di Ling couldn't tolerate such a powerful person. Indeed, he felt the fluctuation of the void. Someone was teleported out. It seemed that someone was eliminated again. It must be that brat. Yu Qinya revealed a sinister smile. He secretly used his power, preparing to show his strength to his opponent. It would be best if he could injure him. In the next moment, a light flashed. His raised hand froze in midair. The sinister smile on his face also froze. It was Di Ling. How could it be? His heart was about to explode. Damn it, Di Ling came out. Was he eliminated like him? At this moment, Yu Qinya's mind was blank. In his opinion, Di Ling was the strongest and incomparable. No one could beat him. But now, Di Ling was eliminated by someone else. Who was it? Could it be that Brat did it? He couldn't believe it. As soon as Di Ling came out, he roared towards the sky. The late-stage level 4 power in his body instantly exploded. With a boom, Yu Qinya was directly sent flying and vomited blood. Ah, damn Lin Wuti. I will tear you into pieces. I will not rest until you die. Di Ling screamed crazily. The 9 heavens were collapsing and the earth was trembling. At this moment he was really angry. He couldn't wait to kill his way back to the Copper Sparrow Terrace and tear his opponent into pieces. Yu Qinya stood up from afar, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was full of fear. Lin Wuti. It was really Lin Wuti who did it. Damn it. What trick did this guy use to eliminate Di Ling as well? How did you lose? He leaned forward and asked. Di Ling turned his head, his eyes bursting with cold light, almost sending Yu Qinya flying again. I did not lose. It was that brat who was despicable. If we stood outside, I could kill him with one hand. Di Ling's murderous aura was too sharp. What **T fair battle? His strength was his strength. Where did the suppression of the laws come from? At this moment he was extremely dissatisfied with Peerless City. In the Copper Sparrow Terrace, everyone was still in a state of great shock and had yet to recover from the shock. Lin Xian took action twice and eliminated 2 of the 8 great prodigies. This scene made everyone's hair stand on end. One could imagine what kind of storm it would cause if this news spread out. Chapter 3665. Di Ling was finally eliminated. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Who would be next? He turned his gaze, and wherever his gaze passed, those people would tremble in fear. Suddenly, Lin Xian's gaze paused as he stared at Ghostly. The corners of his mouth curled up again. Ghostly took 2 steps back and laughed dryly. Young Master Lin must be tired after fighting twice. Why don't you take a break and let the others fight? Is that so? I'm not tired. The first time, I killed a piece of trash with 1 move. The second time, I let the spirit kill 0. I haven't even fought yet. Why don't you fight with me again? Ghostly was about to cry when he heard that. The others also gasped. Fuck, he wants to fight again. Does he want to fight all 5 rounds? If that's the case, a few more geniuses would be eliminated. Gue Li's expression became extremely ugly. His face was originally extremely pale. At this moment he was about to cry. He looked like a clown from hell. I don't think I've offended young Master Lin, Ghostly said with difficulty. Lin Xian smiled. You haven't offended me? Who was the one who cooperated with Di Ling and mocked me? Do you think I'm stupid? I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and fight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Fuck this guy. Ghostly cursed in his heart. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would really fight him. Does he want to offend the 8 geniuses? However, he knew that he didn't threaten him anymore. Those who threatened Lin Xian, such as Di Ling and Yu Qinya, ended up in a miserable state. If he continued to threaten him, it would be a fight to the death. Hence, he could only admit defeat and stand up. All right, please enlighten me, young Master Lin. Ghostly stood up. His eyes were shining with a black light, and his body was surrounded by ghost energy. He seemed to have turned into a ghost from hell. Buzz! He appeared in front of Lin Xian in an instant. A black ghost sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed towards Lin Xian's heart. What a fast speed! The surrounding people exclaimed. They didn't expect Ghostly to have such a movement skill when his cultivation was suppressed. Lin Xian was also surprised. It seemed that this Ghostly was really going all out from the start. His figure swayed, turning into a phantom as he dodged quickly. He dodged the sword, but the pitch-black sword was extremely terrifying. Beams of sword light enveloped him. This was the 9 nether sword art, a sword art of the heavenly monument. Someone screamed. It was the divine steel's divine ability again. How was Lin Xian going to block it? Ghost Li's speed was extremely fast, and so was the 9 Serenities' sword technique. He didn't give Lin Xian any chance at all. The others could also see that if Lin Xian didn't have a chance to summon his heroic spirit, it would be very dangerous, because it was very difficult for other divine abilities to fight against Ghostly. Just when everyone thought that Lin Xian was about to be suppressed, Lin Xian let out a long roar. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. His hand split open the sky and collided with the 9 Serenities' sword art. What? Was he crazy? Did that kid not want to live anymore? He actually wanted to use his physique to fight against the 9 Serenities' sword art? Damn it. Did he think that he was outside? If he was outside and his divine ability wasn't suppressed, then it might be possible to fight against the 9 Serenities' sword art. But now, all of his divine abilities couldn't be used. Even his cultivation was suppressed to the first heaven. Would a first heaven sage dare to fight against such a sword art? They definitely wouldn't dare to. But Lin Xian was different. So what if he was suppressed to the first heaven? His divine body of the first heaven wasn't something that these people could imagine. So with a long roar, he directly faced it head-on. With a boom, his fist and the 9 Serenities' sword collided, producing a sonorous sound. The 9 Serenities' sword art trembled from the impact, and Lin Xian kept retreating. What a terrifying sword art! He was shocked. However, he smiled, because his chi and blood were tumbling, but he wasn't injured. What? How was that possible? Everyone who saw this scene went crazy. In their opinion, Lin Xian would definitely be cut in half by the sword. But Lin Xian was actually unharmed. What kind of physique was this? Was this the physique of a first heaven sage? They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Ghostly's face also became ugly again. Previously, when he saw the other party charging recklessly, he thought that the other party was an idiot. Who would have thought that the other party's physique was far beyond his imagination? So after this attack, his arm was numb. Now he hadn't recovered yet. On the other side, Lin Xian used the illusory spirit spell, and the headless warrior was summoned by him again. Ghost Li's soul scattered. He didn't dare to fight against this knight and could only look for an opportunity to attack Lin Xian. After dozens of moves, he was still swept in the back by the headless knight's spear. His whole body was directly blasted out, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. I admit defeat. Ghostly directly admitted defeat because he knew that if they continued fighting, it would be difficult for him to win. Perhaps his outcome would be the same as Dealing's, beaten to pieces. If not for Dealing's battle, he might have fought with his life on the line. But when he saw that even Dealing wasn't the other party's match, he completely gave up. This person was too monstrous. Ghostly admitted defeat and was directly eliminated and became an in-name disciple. The array flickered, and he was also transported out. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Ghostly, an existence second only to Dealing, was defeated at this moment. This Lin Wuti was really too strong. There was no good ending for going against the other party. Lin Xian attacked 3 times in a row, knocking 3 out of the 8 geniuses out of the way. The other party still had 2 chances. Would the other party still attack? The other few of the 8 great prodigies were also like facing a great enemy. They wanted to go against Lin Xian, but they had no chance of winning at all. However, Lin Xian didn't have the intention to attack again. He attacked 3 times because these 3 people provoked him one after another, especially Yu Qianye and Dealing. They both had killing intent towards him. He naturally wanted to eliminate such people. As for the others, he wasn't interested. In other words, these people were no longer a threat to him. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't attack those experts such as Stillwater Sky City, Shirbufan, and the others, all heaved a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. If the other party attacked, they were afraid that they would be in danger. Next, it was the others' turn. A few of the 8 great prodigies came over and discussed with Shen Jingqiu. They wouldn't fight each other, and they would enter the next round together. Shen Jingqiu and the others didn't have any enmity, so they naturally agreed. Next, it was the battle between the others. Among them, Shen Jingqiu attacked. She faced an expert who was very powerful. He wasn't one of the 8 great prodigies, but he also comprehended the divine steel's divine ability. Shen Jingqiu fought with him. Everyone was incomparably shocked when they saw it. Shen Jingqiu finally defeated her opponent, which made Stillwater Sky City's Wang Xiaofeng and the others equally shocked. When did Shen Jingqiu become so powerful? Her divine steel's divine ability was also so powerful. Chapter 3666. It should be because of Lin Wuti. Don't forget, Lin Wuti and Shen Jingqiu both started from the Xian steel. There must be something mysterious about it. Indeed, they spent 3 months to comprehend the divine steel, but it was not as fast as the other party who spent 1 month. There must be something wrong. But even if there was something mysterious, they couldn't care less. It was too late to think about it now. At this moment, the battles continued. Outside, people were constantly being transported out. Those who came out all failed. Actually, when Ghostly was transported out, Yu Qianye was shocked again. Dealing's face was also filled with shock. One of his archenemies had also been teleported out. Who was the one who kicked you out? Ghostly snorted. It was that Lin Wuti. What? It was him again. Dealing's eyelids twitched. Yu Qianye's face was also pale, but then he revealed a sinister look. 3 of the 8 great prodigies were beaten out. Among them were the first and second Dealing and Ghostly. That kid was definitely unlucky. With Dealing and Ghostly's methods and their background, how could they easily let each other go? One must know that Ghostly was from the Evil Star, and Dealing was from the Spirit Sealing Star. These 2 worlds were extremely famous and terrifying worlds in the second astral boundary. If the people from these 2 worlds knew that Lin Xian had eliminated Dealing and Ghostly, what would they do? They would definitely go crazy and assassinate Lin Xian. Thinking of this, Yu Qianye revealed a sinister look, but soon he frowned, because he found that Ghostly did not have much killing intent. One must know that when he and Dealing were transported out, they roared at the sky. Their killing intent shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And when Ghostly came out, other than his face being a little ugly, he did not do anything else. What was going on? Even Dealing found something wrong. He said, "Are you willing to accept this?" So what if you are not willing? Who told me to provoke the other party? Ghostly sneered. Don't tell me you two still want to continue fighting with the other party? Of course. Who does he think he is? How dare he eliminate me? When I come out, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Di Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. After coming out, there was no cultivation suppression. His cultivation was almost 2 heavenly layers higher than the other party. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill the other party? Yu Qinya also sneered. His cultivation was 1 level higher than his opponent's, so in the real world, he could also kill his opponent. Looking at their expressions, Ghostly shook his head. That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. I won't do anything to him. At least, I won't assassinate him unless there's a special competition. Are you admitting defeat? Di Ling sneered. I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. Yu Qinya's eyes were also filled with unwillingness. Ghostly said coldly, You can think whatever you want. Both of you are the young masters of your families. I am different. I climbed up bit by bit from the Malevolence planet. On the Fiend planet, there were schemes and assassinations every day. Sometimes you wouldn't even know how you died. That's why my intuition told me that Lin Wudi was terrifying and that I shouldn't make an enemy out of him. For my future path, I won't make an enemy out of him again. After saying that, Ghostly ignored the 2 of them and stood there alone with a cold expression. Although he was eliminated the first time, he still had a chance. At most, he could wait for half a year and participate again. At that time, with his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to succeed. But this Lin Wudi, he couldn't provoke him in the future. Di Ling didn't think so. He was different from Ghostly. He had always been a Heaven's Pride. Moreover, he was a Heaven's Pride from the first heavenly realm. That's why anyone who went against him would be trampled under his feet. Yu Qinya was even more so. He was the young master of the Yu clan. Since he was young, he was the center of everyone's attention. Someone dared to provoke him? He would use everything, even the power of his family, to destroy the other party. Seeing more and more people being eliminated, Yu Qinya's eyes flickered. He came to the side and said, Brother Di Ling, don't you think this is too unusual? There were too many Heaven's Prides being eliminated. It was unfair to Wushuang City. Wushuang City would lose a lot of geniuses for nothing. Why don't we work together and talk to the elders of Wushuang City? With our status, we can work together with these geniuses and put pressure on them. Maybe. Before Yu Qinya could finish his words, Di Ling's eyes emitted a cold light. He nodded slightly and turned his head. Are you willing to accept this? Those people were naturally unwilling. He said, All right, follow me. We'll go and find the elders of Wushuang City. Di Ling led the crowd and quickly walked towards the distance. A roar sounded. I, Di Ling, bring many Heaven's Prides to seek an audience with the elders. His voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Soon, 5 pairs of people rushed over. The leading elder came. What's going on? What's going on? This is Wushuang City. You can't be so presumptuous. We don't want to be presumptuous. But some people are too despicable and cause many of the 8 great Heaven's Prides to be eliminated. I think this is also a loss to Wushuang City. The elders who had just arrived were also stunned. Di Ling, Guili, and Yu Qinya were indeed 3 of the 8 great Heaven's Prides. How could they be eliminated? There were also some other Heaven's Prides who were very eye-catching in the first round. But they were all eliminated. That was too unbelievable. For a moment, they frowned. To be honest, they did not expect this to happen because, in their opinion, Di Ling was definitely the favorite to win the championship. Even if he could not become the first disciple, he would definitely be in the top 3. Guili was also very powerful. Yu Qinya was also extraordinary. But now those people were eliminated. Why don't we discuss it? Someone suggested. However, the elder who participated in the first round shook his head. No, the rules were the rules and they could not be changed. In an instant, the crowd began to discuss spiritedly. Those people that had been eliminated were also begging for another chance. Just as both sides were about to reach a stalemate, a decree descended from the sky. Seeing that, the elders immediately became respectful. The others did not dare to say anything because the aura from the decree was too terrifying. At first glance, one could tell that it was from an extremely terrifying sage. The elders took it respectfully and took a look. Then they gasped. "All right, stop fooling around. Because of the special situation this time, I'll give you a chance. You originally failed and could only take the test half a year later, but this time it can be brought forward. 3 days later, you can take the test again. If you fail the test, you will be immediately eliminated and leave Wushuang City. If you don't want to, you can take the test half a year later. You can decide what to do." Chapter 3667. The elders gave 2 paths, and the others' eyes flickered. Those who felt that they weren't too confident all chose to wait half a year before taking the test according to the usual rules. However, people like Di Ling and Yu Qinya decided to wait for the test 3 days later. Fail here? Impossible. They didn't believe that they had to pass the test and participate in the 3rd round. Then, they would kill Lin Wudi with their own strength. Ghostly had no choice. He decided to wait for half a year to avoid Lin Xian. At the same time, there were some geniuses who thought they were strong enough to wait for the test 3 days later. These people were brought to an independent palace and began to recover. They waited for the test 3 days later. As for the others, they became in-name disciples and went to another area. After the geniuses left, the elders frowned. Why did the higher-ups give such an order? They were also greatly surprised. Who knew? Some shook their heads. Maybe it was because too many geniuses were eliminated, or maybe it was because of other reasons. Anyway, no one could guess the higher-ups' intentions. The elders nodded. However, if Di Ling and the others were allowed to enter the 3rd round, the storm would be huge. There were no restrictions in the 3rd round. Maybe that was the higher-ups' intention. Lin Wudi was too dazzling in the first 2 rounds. However, there were specific restrictions in the first 2 rounds. Maybe the higher-ups wanted to refine him. Were they not afraid of going too far? Did he die? Some elders frowned. One had to know that Di Ling, Yu Qinya, and the others were very strong. If they joined forces in the 3rd round, Lin Wudi might be killed. If he died, then so be it. There are countless geniuses in the world. But how many could walk out in the end? Lin Wudi was like that. Di Ling and Yu Qinya were the same. An elder's expression was cold. If we show mercy now, they will be killed by stronger geniuses in the future. The ancient starry sky path was a path of no return. One must be prepared to die. This was a path that could only be walked by stepping on the corpses and blood of countless geniuses. Inside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, the battle had ended. There were more than 10,000 geniuses left. Only 3,000 remained. The rest were all eliminated. The remaining people were filled with excitement. This was great. They could finally enter the next stage. What's the next round? Someone asked. Shen Jingqiu, Lin Xian, and the rest turned their heads. They were curious about the last round. The last round? It's a real battle. A Wushuang City's martial artist walked out. For the last round, we will send you to the East Spirit World. You will complete your mission. If you return, you will pass the 3rd round and become a disciple of Wushuang City. However, what I want to tell you is that the East Spirit World is a very special place. Not only will the people from Wushuang City be there for the assessment, the people from the other sacred cities will also be there. Furthermore, there would be some powerful demonic beasts that would appear as well. It could be said that it was a world that specialized in training. It was very dangerous inside. If you're unlucky, there were no restrictions. Although there were no restrictions, their lives were still in danger. This was definitely not good news for them. No one wanted to be killed. Some people hesitated. Some asked, "What's the mission? Is it dangerous?" The mission is for each of you to retrieve 10 East Spirit Stones. East Spirit Stones are unique to the East Spirit World. However, they're not common. You'll need to search carefully. Of course, you can also trade, rob, or assassinate with others. Anyway, it's up to you. As long as you can get 10 East Spirit Stones and return alive, you'll pass. Getting 10 East Spirit Stones by hook or by crook. When they heard this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was so dangerous, even greater than what they had imagined. However, they also knew that this was the only way. After all, they should not cultivate if they were afraid of death. They had been through hundreds of battles and climbed up from countless corpses. Therefore, although they were hesitant, no one backed down. The third round's ranking will be determined according to the time you return. The rankings of the 3 stages added together will be your final ranking. Speaking of this, everyone sighed. The first place of the second round would definitely be Lin Wudi again, because no one could surpass him. He was the person who eliminated Di Ling and Ghost Li. If no one backs out, then rest for a day and adjust your body. I'll send you to the East Spirit World. Everyone nodded and began to rest. Peerless City's martial artists formed seals with their palms. Instantly, everyone was enveloped. In the next moment, those people exclaimed. They felt a huge and powerful life force entering their bodies. Peerless City was helping them recover. Great! They were excited and absorbed with all their might. Under such circumstances, these people recovered in about half a day. For the next half a day, these people closed their eyes and rested. They maintained their peak condition. A day later, these people stood up. Peerless City's martial artists led them out of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. After walking out, an elder came over and said a few words. The Peerless City's martial artists were stunned. What happened? Lin Xian, Shen Jingqiu, and the rest were puzzled. A Peerless City's martial artist turned around and said he had just received news that those who were eliminated previously would have an extra chance. 3 days later, they would participate in the assessment. Those who succeed would also enter the third round and compete with you. You must be mentally prepared. What? There was such a thing. Many people's faces changed. Di Ling, Ghostly, and the rest would be back. Thinking of this, their scalps tingled. Among them, Shi Fan, Shi Sui, and Tian Cheng looked at Lin Xian with a trace of sympathy in their eyes. Shen Jingqiu also frowned. Brother Lin, you must be careful. I'm afraid those guys will take revenge on you. No worries. Lin Xian was not too concerned. Firstly, it seemed that the East Spirit World was a huge world. It would not be easy to meet. Furthermore, the other party would arrive 3 days later. The situation in the Eastern Spirit World was extremely dangerous. Whether these people could survive or not was another matter. Even if he really met them, would he be afraid of them? Things were getting more and more interesting. He hoped to meet them inside. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. At that time, he would let those people know that even if they were outside, he could still trample on them with his true strength. All right, I'm just informing you about this. You should think about how to get the 10 pieces of East Spirit Stone and come back alive. The Peerless City's martial artists led the 3,000 people on the road again. Thank you for your monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions, favorites, and tips. Sending 5 chapters asking for support. Chapter 3668. Finally, they arrived at a huge square. On the square, there was a flickering array formation. It was extremely ancient and complex. Everyone boarded the array. The warriors of Peerless City activated the array. The array flickered and teleported everyone away. Looking at the departing figures, the eyes of the warriors and elders of Peerless City flickered. One of them sighed, wondering how many of them would be able to return alive. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the power of the array disappeared, Lin Xian opened his eyes. In the next moment, he roared, and the 9-yang divine body shone brightly to defend himself. At the same time, he looked around. Where was Qiu? He realized that Shen Jingqiu was gone. Not only Shen Jingqiu, Shi Fan, but the people of Stillwater Sky City were all gone. It seemed that this was not only a spatial teleportation array, but also a random teleportation array. It directly teleported them to various places in this world. It seemed that he could only find Qiu while searching for the East Spirit Stone. Thinking of this, his body swayed and he wanted to leave. However, at that moment, he stopped. In fact, his expression became incomparably serious. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Above his head, a strong wind blew, and a dark cloud appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was not a dark cloud, but a pair of wings. It was a demonic beast, and its wings covered the sky. The aura on it was really terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. Damn, this was the East Spirit Realm. Lin Xian's eyes widened. Fuck, this is a powerful demonic beast saint. Not only him, but the others also saw it. After being teleported to the East Spirit Realm, they were ready to search for the East Spirit Stone. But as soon as they moved, they saw one terrifying scene after another. For example, a divine ape that could kick 2 mountains away with a little force. A demonic wolf that could make the stars fall from the sky with a roar. There was also a giant python that could swallow half the sky with its mouth open. This scene stunned all of the sages who were taking the test. Damn it, what kind of place had they come to? These people were really terrified. Let's hurry up and find 10 East Spirit Stones and go back. The people scattered around the world began to move. After leaving those powerful demonic beasts, they heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. A cold light burst out from the eyes of one of them. He soared into the sky, wanting to leave this place. But at this time, an emerald green, poisonous snake suddenly appeared on the tree and coiled around his neck. It bit him. Immediately, his body turned black and he fell to the ground, twitching nonstop. This poison was extremely terrifying. Even if this person was a third heaven saint, he could not withstand it. In the end, he could only escape with his soul, screaming as he fled. This was not the only case. At least 5 or 6 people were attacked in an instant. It couldn't be helped. These people still didn't know enough about this place. It was obvious that they had been careless. Xian also frowned. This was truly a terrifying place. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked around before quickly leaving. However, at this moment, the ground beneath his feet also cracked open, and a claw swiped towards his leg. He wanted to crush his leg. Lin Xian laughed coldly. He had long since noticed that something was amiss. Seeing his opponent attack, he stamped his foot. Boom! The earth trembled as the claw was shattered into pieces. There was a roar from the ground, and a huge creature rushed out. It was a rat. Of course, it was not an ordinary rat. It was a beast saint. The purple fur all over its body shone brightly. Strands of laws surrounded it, and the shattered claw quickly healed. In its emerald green eyes, there was a terrifying, murderous intent. With a roar, it rushed over. Obviously, it wanted to tear the human who injured it to pieces. Scram! Lin Xian roared and kicked out like a coiling dragon. Boom! When they collided, an earth-shattering sound was heard, followed by a scream. Then the huge purple rat was sent flying. Its bones were shattered, and many cracks appeared on its body. Its eyes were filled with fear. Damn it, what was wrong with this human? Why was his physique so strong? One had to know that it was not an ordinary rat. It was a mutated species of earth demon rat. Its cultivation had reached the 3rd heaven. It was a 3rd heaven beast saint. In its opinion, killing a human of the same level was a piece of cake. But now it could not do so. The other party's physique was too strong. Run, beast saints were not idiots. They had great wisdom and were not inferior to humans at all. Their physiques were stronger than humans. At this moment, after knowing that it was no match for Lin Xian, it immediately burrowed into the ground, wanting to escape. You want to leave? Can you? Lin Xian sneered. With a stomp of his foot, a huge crack spread forward. The entire ground was trampled into a canyon by him. The earth demon, rat underground, was also shaken out. It burrowed deeper into the ground desperately. You still don't want to come out? In that case, don't blame me. Lin Xian sneered, took out the Great Destruction Spear, and stabbed it into the ground. The Great Destruction Spear was a sacred artifact. It grew infinitely and pierced through the ground. In the next moment, A miserable cry came from the depths of the ground. Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction spear with force. The ground cracked open, and the Great Destruction spear was retrieved from the ground. There was a purple phantom on the spear. It was the Earth Demon Rat. At this moment, it was pierced by the Great Destruction spear, and its face was filled with fear. "Don't kill me, I beg you, spare my life." This huge beast spoke in human language, its face filled with fear. To be honest, he was cursing in his heart. Damn it! He had kicked a metal plate. He originally thought that this was a hothead and new prey. Who knew that the other party was so powerful? Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Don't kill you?" "Sure. It depends on whether you have value or not." "Yes, I do." The Earth Demon Rat hurriedly nodded. "Young master, you should be a cultivator who just entered the East Spirit world. I'm quite familiar with the terrain here. I can be your guide." Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had just arrived here and was indeed unfamiliar with the place. If there was a demon saint who could lead the way for him, it would be much more convenient. But why should I believe you? If I let you go, what if you run away or counterattack me? Otherwise, I'll plant a restriction in your body. What? Plant a restriction? Wouldn't that be at the mercy of others? The Earth Demon Rat was 100% unwilling. He said, "With my little strength, what tricks can I play in front of you?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Come on, you demons are born cunning. I'll give you two options now. First, I'll plant a restriction in you and make you listen to me during this period. Second, I'll kill you now and collect your soul. You choose." "I choose the first option." The Earth Demon Rat did not want to die and could only helplessly. Lin Xian smiled. "Don't worry. Your choice is very correct. I won't control you for too long. I'm only in this East Spirit world for a trial. After I'm done with the trial, I'll let you go." Chapter 3669. Okay, I hope you keep your word. The Earth Fiend Demonic Rat had no choice but to accept this condition. Lin Xian planted a restriction in the other party's mind. As long as the other party dared to betray him, he could immediately kill the other party. Then, he put away the spear of great destruction. The other party quickly recovered and said at the same time, "What do you want to ask? Ask away." Lin Xian said, "Do you know the East Spirit Stone? Where can I get it?" "East Spirit Stone?" The Earth Fiend Demonic Rat was stunned, and then the corners of its mouth twitched. It seemed that, young master, you are the disciple of the Holy City's assessment. "Oh, do you know?" Lin Xian nodded. He knew that many holy cities required the East Spirit Stone for the assessment. However, there weren't many of these things, and they weren't easy to obtain. "Cut the crap. Where is it? Tell me. Lead the way, and tell me about the situation here." Okay, the Earth Fiend Demonic Rat had no choice. Its life was in the other party's hands now, and it couldn't resist. He said, "Let's talk as we walk." As it spoke, its body began to shrink, and in the end, it was only the size of a fist. It was very cute. It jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and said, "Fly east." Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he flew at a low altitude. At this time, Little White also flew out. He came to Lin Xian's other shoulder, looked at the Earth Fiend Demonic Rat, and said, "Oh, I've taken in another underling." Lin Xian smiled and rubbed Little White's head. The Earth Fiend Demonic Rat was unhappy. "Underling? Underling my ass. Damn monkey!" It roared, and a terrifying demon, Saint Aura, surged out. It was a third firmament demon. Could it not scare a little monkey to death? However, Little White only dug its ears. "Yeah, so noisy." Then its furry little claws slapped over and slapped the Earth Fiend Demonic Rat's head. The Earth Fiend Demonic Rat was dizzy and fainted. A few seconds later, it came back to its senses. In the next moment, it looked at Little White with a face full of fear. Damn it, what a strange monkey. At the same time, it was shocked. Wow! Even a monkey was so difficult to deal with. This person was too strange. It was better not to provoke them. He chuckled. "Brother Monkey, I'm your new little brother. What kind of spirit fruit do you want to eat? Tell me, and I'll bring you to find it later." Earth fiend demonic rat appeared to be fawning on the surface, but it was extremely depressed in its heart. It was a third firmament demon sage, an overlord of an area, but at this moment he was reduced to being a lackey. "Yeah, I want to eat angel fruit, Kirin fruit." Little White listed out the names of many fruits. The corner of the earth fiend demonic rat's mouth twitched after hearing this, and it almost vomited blood. How was this a spirit fruit? This was simply a miraculous elixir. How could it be here? He could only play dumb and stop responding. Instead, he began to guide Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he quickly flew forward. Suddenly, a huge hand reached out from the mountains and slapped towards him. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The mountains shattered and the earth cracked. This slap was really terrifying. Lin Xian was directly hit. The earth fiend demonic rat was so scared that it peed its pants. It thought that it was definitely going to die, but it didn't expect Lin Xian to release countless sword chi and block this attack. Although it was sent flying, it didn't suffer too much injury. Buzz! Lin Xian rushed into the sky and came to the void. He looked into the distance and frowned. Damn it, someone was sneaking up on him. No, to be precise, it wasn't a human, but a demonic beast that was sneaking up on him. What was this? Lin Xian asked. The earth fiend demonic rat took a look and felt its scalp go numb. It was a lightning beast. Let's take a detour quickly. Why, is it very powerful? Lin Xian asked. Of course, it's very powerful. Moreover, it's not a native demonic beast of the East Spirit world. It's from outside. What did it mean? Lin Xian was even more surprised. The earth fiend demonic rat said, "Didn't I say that Sister Dongling is a trial ground? In addition to your sacred city, other sacred cities, as well as major forces and families, will also send disciples and experts here. This lightning beast came in from outside for the trial. They should be from the Demon City." Demon City. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. In that case, it should also be a sacred city. The earth fiend demonic rat nodded. That's right, it was indeed a sacred city, and it was the sacred city of the demon race. There were no humans inside, only demons and other 10,000 ancient races. They were very powerful and brutal. In the East Spirit world, they even specialized in hunting humans. This lightning beast was not only from the Lightning Clan, but also from the Demon City. So we can't provoke it. Let's take a detour. Someone from the Demon City. Interesting. Lin Xian smiled. What's there to be afraid of? You and Xiao Bai watch from the side. I'll go and meet him. Lin Xian was too excited. To be honest, the previous 2 trials were indeed novel to him, but the battles were not satisfying, especially in the second round. People like Di Ling, Ghostly, and the others were no longer his opponents. He needed to find a new opponent. He did not expect to meet people from other sacred cities as soon as he entered. How could he not be excited? Only by constantly fighting could he break through his limits again and again. So Lin Xian's target was this lightning beast. The lightning beast also walked out of the mountain range, surrounded by lightning, especially its eyes, which were even more terrifying and carried a terrifying aura. Wherever its gaze passed, the void was constantly shattered. Human ants, come here and die. His voice was filled with endless majesty. Come here, but you're the one who's going to die. Lin Xian's right hand swept out. It was as if a part of the world was surrounded by the 5 elemental laws. He directly slapped over. Before his palm landed, the mountain range in front of him kept shattering. It could not withstand this force at all. You're courting death. The lightning beast was furious. The other party dared to attack him. He was courting death. He opened his mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning. This was the art of lightning. It flickered with an unparalleled light, like a heavenly sword that could destroy everything in the world. In his opinion, an early stage, 3rd heaven sage would definitely not be able to withstand his attack. Boom! The 5 elemental palm collided with the light of thunder. A thunderous sound was heard, and the entire forest area was completely destroyed. Countless demonic beasts fled. They knew that there were 2 behemoths in the middle of a battle. After the first attack, Lin Xian continued to attack. His palms were like the 5 elemental mountains, pressing down on the lightning beast. The lightning beast was completely enraged. Damn it, how could it be? How could the other party's physique be so strong? Roar! He roared. He did not believe it at all and charged over. As a beast, his physique was much stronger than a human. He did not believe that an early stage, third heaven person could compete with him. One had to know that he was at the mid-stage third heaven. He was 1 small realm higher than the other party. Such a small realm was enough for him to kill the other party easily. The 2 of them engaged in close combat. The earth fiend demonic rat saw this scene and felt his scalp go numb. Damn it! Come back quickly and attack him from afar. He realized that Lin Xian also wanted to engage in close combat. He was really stupid. Wasn't this hitting a stone with an egg? Chapter 3670. Little White, who was at the side, waved its furry little paws. Yeah, it's safe. As it spoke, it took out a spiritual fruit and began to eat it. Its big black eyes blinked as it looked ahead, as if it was watching a good show. This monkey was too heartless. Its master was about to die. The earth demon demonic rat's eyes flickered. It was ready to escape. It was no match for this lightning beast. So when the person in front of it died, it immediately fled. Even its 2 claws had already begun to quietly dig into the ground. However, at this moment, the sound of bones breaking came from the front, as well as an earth-shattering roar. The sky in all directions kept shattering. The earth demon demonic rat raised its head and looked into the distance. Then its eyes almost fell out. He saw that the lightning beast's enormous body was actually sent flying backwards, smashing countless mountains into pieces. Not only that, blue blood flowed out from the other party's body. It was injured. The lightning beast was actually injured. God, this human youth was too terrifying, wasn't he? It was stunned. At the same time, the lightning beast was also stunned. Its heart was filled with infinite fear and anger. It was actually injured by a human. It was too unbelievable. More importantly, this human's cultivation was lower than his. With a roar, it used its bloodline talent. The speed of the Lightning Clan was very fast. In an instant, it disappeared. When it reappeared, it was behind Lin Xian. It was like teleportation. Go to hell. His 2 palms turned into 2 heavenly blades and slashed down mercilessly. This attack should have killed the other party, right? Puff! The void shattered and turned into chaos. However, the lightning beast's heart suddenly stopped. It missed. That's right, it felt that this attack had slashed into the void and did not hit the other party at all. Damn it, where was the other party? It looked in front of it in disbelief. Disappeared, the other party disappeared. The other party's speed was actually so fast, it was even faster than its bloodline talent. This was impossible. She was from the Lightning Clan, a lightning-type demonic saint. In addition to her bloodline talent, who could be faster than her in the same realm. Not to mention a 3rd heaven saint, even a 4th heaven saint might not be as fast as her. Are you looking for me? At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. What? Had the other party already arrived behind him? When had he arrived? Why didn't he notice it at all? Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Had the other party's speed surpassed his? How was this possible? He turned his head and saw a fist coming at him. It was a golden fist that was shining with multicolored light. Not good. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. This punch landed directly on his face, causing his head to explode in an instant. His entire body fell to the ground. Next, he felt more than 1,000,000 attacks. He was torn into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. The ground fiend demonic rat opened its eyes wide. It could not believe that the lightning beast was actually being beaten up by the other party. This was too inconceivable. The lightning beast was so scared that it pissed its pants. This human before, it was definitely one of the top geniuses out there. To think that it could not beat him. Run quickly. The blood turned into streams of light and fled into the distance. However, how could Lin Xian let him escape? The sword chi of the dragon, traversing, sword flew out and formed a sword field. It shrouded the area in front of him and completely enveloped the blood of the other party. Next, tens of thousands of sword chi exploded together. The blood kept being obliterated. A miserable and terrified voice sounded. "No, you can't do it. I'm from the Demon City." He let out a crazy roar. The exam was useless. No matter what demon city you were from, as long as you dared to make a move, Lin Xian would not let you go. In the end, a soul fled in panic and was shattered into pieces by Lin Xian with the Great Destruction Spear. Nothing was left in front of him. All right, he could continue on his way. Lin Xian waved his hand and said to the ground fiend demonic right behind him. Little White flew back, while the ground fiend demonic Rat's body stiffened. He was completely stunned at this moment. Previously, he was forced to submit to the other party and was still dissatisfied in his heart. But now, he no longer dared to have any dissatisfaction. The other party's strength had completely stunned it. What kind of human was this? This was simply a god. Next, he continued on his way. 3 days later, Lin Xian obtained the first East Spirit Stone. He got it in a valley. If it wasn't for the ground fiend demonic Rat leading the way, he wouldn't have been able to find it. A piece of East Spirit Stone was crystal clear and flickering with light. This kind of stone was a very important material for making array formations. Lin Xian carefully put away the East Spirit Stone. Then he narrowed his eyes. Now that he had gotten the East Spirit Stone, it wouldn't be too far away. With a sway of his body, he left again. 2 days later, he found a second piece of East Spirit Stone. This piece of East Spirit Stone was on an ancient tree. He didn't know who put it here. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he stepped on the air. He arrived above the ancient tree and reached out to grab the second piece. However, at this moment, there was a crisis. Suddenly, 2 golden rays of light rushed out from the ancient tree. This sudden change stunned Lin Xian, and he subconsciously blocked with his hand. With a bang, he was sent flying. His entire arm was numb. Damn it, what was this thing? Its strength was too strong. One had to know that he had the 9-yang divine body. Especially now, his physique was completely equivalent to a 4th firmament saint. He could even withstand a few attacks from a 5th firmament saint. And once he activated the Qilin tattoo, his physique would be even stronger. Although he hadn't activated the Qilin tattoo, not everyone could hurt him. However, this golden light made his entire body feel as if he had been struck by lightning. He was sent flying. At the same time, another voice came from beside his ear. Not good. It turned out that the earth fiend demonic Rat was hit by another golden light. Its entire body was penetrated and it let out a miserable cry. That golden light turned back and stabbed at the earth fiend demonic Rat's head. Save me. The earth fiend demonic Rat's face was filled with fear. Although he was also a 3rd firmament demon saint, he didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of this golden light. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he was instantly furious. The earth fiend demonic Rat was his guide and the most important existence to find the East Tombstone. How could he allow others to attack him? Thinking of this, he roared angrily, clenched his hand into a fist, and directly grabbed at the golden line. He grabbed it with one hand. However, Lin Xian was also sent flying, crashing into countless forests. At this moment, another golden light charged towards Little White. However, Little White's speed was very fast. Its figure flashed and directly disappeared into the void, dodging this attack. Humph! Lin Xian roared angrily. He activated the black Qilin tattoo on his body, and his physique became stronger. He waved his fists and sent the 2 golden lights flying. Buzz! He grabbed the earth fiend demonic Rat and brought it to his side. How is it? Lin Xian asked. The earth fiend demonic rat's face was filled with fear. It wouldn't die, but it was almost. If you didn't make a move, I would definitely die today. Chapter 3671. As he healed his wounds, his face was filled with horror. After the 2 golden lights in front of him were sent flying, they did not attack immediately. Instead, they stopped in midair. It was only then that Lin Xian realized that they were actually 2 bugs. 2 of them had wings and were yellow all over. There were black patterns on their bodies, and they looked like bees. How was that possible? Lin Xian was completely stunned. How could 2 bees make them so miserable? They even seemed to be able to easily kill any level 3 sage. Even a level 4 sage might not be able to block them. What kind of bee was that? It was too terrifying. After the earth demon demonic rat saw it, its scalp went numb. Damn it, the killer saint bees were meant to kill sages. Lin Xian also gasped when he heard that. Just the name alone was enough to tell that it was a terrifying existence. He asked, are they native to the East Spirit World or the Demon City? Or are they raised by a sage? They should be native to the East Spirit World. I've heard of the killer saint bees before, but I didn't expect them to be here. At this point, its voice trembled. Could it be that their hive is on the ancient tree in front of us? If that's the case, we're dead meat. Let's go. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He looked ahead and heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he also muttered in his heart. The 2 killer saint bees were already so powerful. If there was a hive of them, he could only run away. But fortunately, it seemed that this was not their nest. He just didn't know why they were here. Lin Xian looked at the East Spirit Stone again and frowned. Perhaps someone brought the East Spirit Stone here and was killed. This could also explain why the East Spirit Stone was on the tree. Let's go. There are other East Spirit Stones in other places. Don't worry. The East Spirit Stone is right in front of us. How can we give up? Besides, there might be East Spirit Stones in other places, but there might not be killer saint bees in other places. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Seeing this scene, the earth demon demonic rat was dumbfounded. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to attack killer saint bees? No way, don't provoke this thing. If a group of them comes, we'll definitely die. Don't worry, I have a way. Lin Xian's eyes glowed with a golden light. He said, Little White, go get the East Spirit Stone and leave these 2 bees to me. White E's figure flickered as it flew towards the ancient tree in front. Seeing this, the 2 sacred killing peaks immediately made their moves too. However, Lin Xian made his move. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a beam of sword chi that cut through the void. At the same time, the golden light in his eyes blossomed with unparalleled brilliance. Eye technique, Heavenly Heart. This was a control-type eye technique. It was the upgraded version of Moonlight Shadow. At this moment, the 2 saint-slaying peaks were shaking non-stop. They had received a huge soul attack. With a flap of its wings, 2 streaks of golden light clashed in the air. Wherever it passed, large black cracks appeared in the void. When the earth fiend demonic rat saw this scene, it was so frightened that it hurriedly dug out the soil and went underground, trembling. As for Lin Xian, he was constantly using ocular techniques to attack his opponent's soul. After 30 minutes, the 2 saint-slaying peaks finally stopped being so irritable and stopped in midair. Come here. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 2 saint-slaying bees flew over and landed on his palm. Lin Xian looked carefully. He had to admit that these 2 saint-slaying bees were very beautiful if he looked carefully. The black spots on their bodies were like Tao patterns, full of mysterious aura. Come out, it's fine now. He stomped the ground with his foot. The earth fiend demonic rat came out, its green eyes looking around. Have you killed them? No, they're in my hands. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm. When the earth fiend demonic rat saw the 2 saint-slaying peaks in his palm, it was immediately scared out of its wits. It wanted to leave, but it was kicked out by Lin Xian. Now these are already mine. Yours. What do you mean? The earth fiend demonic rat stopped. He waited for a long time and found that these two saint-slain peaks did not attack. This made him heave a sigh of relief. I've already controlled their souls. They're already mine now. These simple words made the earth fiend demonic rat's hair stand on end. This was an eye technique, and it was an extremely terrifying eye technique. This young man was too powerful. Fortunately, it had cooperated obediently before. Otherwise, the other party would have directly controlled its soul and turned it into a walking corpse. It would not have any ability to resist. These two killing Saint Peaks might be able to play an unimaginable role. Lin Xian put it away. Then he took the East Spirit Stone from Little White. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, they were on their way again. While Lin Xian was collecting the Spirit Stones, another group of people arrived in the East Spirit World. These people were the second batch of examinees from Wushuang City, which was Di Ling, Yu Qinya, and the others. They waited for 3 days before taking the test again. After passing the test, they were teleported here. When they first arrived, they were also shocked by the terror of the East Spirit World. However, a few of them sneered. For example, Yu Qinya's eyes were red. Finally, it was the third stage. Lin Xian, you can't escape. I'll tear you into pieces. On the other side, it was the same for Dealing. Lin Wudi, you dare to eliminate me? I'll make you wish you were dead. His body swayed, and he rushed into the sky, entering the mountain range. In the mountains, a waterfall cascaded down. At the bottom of the waterfall, there was a beautiful figure like a fairy. She took out an East Spirit Stone from the waterfall, then wiped the water off her face. She looked around. This is the second East Spirit Stone. I wonder how Brother Lin is doing? She was Shen Jingqiu. At this moment, she had also obtained the second East Spirit Stone, but she still had not met Lin Xian. With Brother Lin's strength, he should be fine here, but Brother Lin might be worried about me. No, I can't distract Brother Lin. Shen Jingqiu thought for a moment, then spat out a purple cloud. Then she spoke to the cloud. Brother Lin, Qiu is safe. You don't have to look for me. Gather the 10 East Spirit Stones, and we'll meet at Dongling Mountain. Dongling Mountain was the final destination. After the people of Wushuang City gathered the 10 East Spirit Stones, they would head to Dongling Mountain. From there, they could return to Wushuang City. After speaking, Shen Jingqiu waved her hand, and the purple cloud floated in the sky, carrying her aura. As long as Lin Xian saw it, he would definitely recognize it. Then, Lin Xian would be able to hear what she said. After doing this, Shen Jingqiu identified a direction and left. Not long after she left, a figure flew over and blended into the waterfall. Then, with a sigh, the East Spirit Stone was taken away. Then he looked up at the sky. She hadn't gone too far. This is Shen Jingqiu's aura. He had just left. In the pool of water, thousands of water droplets condensed into a handsome man. It was Yu Qinya. Chapter 36:72. Should he go and kill Shen Jingqiu? Yu Qinya thought about it and gave up. Forget it. My main target is that kid. As long as I get rid of that kid, the Holy Lady of the Spirit Tribe is nothing to be afraid of. Looking at this purple cloud, it should be able to lure that kid over. All right, I'll wait here. When he comes, I'll show him how powerful I am. There's a waterfall in the mountains. There should be an East Spirit Stone hidden in it, if it hadn't been taken away. The earth fiend demonic rat's eyes flashed, and it started to point the way again. Lin Xian set off towards the location of the third East Spirit Stone. He flew all the way to the mountains. Before he reached the waterfall, he stopped. In the next moment, he saw a ball of purple aura in the sky, a ball of purple cloud. He was stunned. The earth fiend demonic rat was also stunned. What a strange cloud. Who spat it out? Lin Xian was suddenly enlightened. It was Qiu. Qiu, I must have left it behind. Buzz. He probed with a large hand and grabbed towards the sky. As he moved, the waterfall on the other side also changed. Countless splashes of water turned into streaks of flowing light and rushed towards him. In an instant, the void in front of him was pierced. "Oh no, there's an enemy!" The earth fiend demonic rat screamed again. Lin Xian shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he uprooted the ground and formed a huge mountain in front of him. At the same time, his figure flashed and he appeared in another space. He grabbed the purple cloud in his hand. Was it a trap? His face was cold. However, at this moment, Shen Jingqiu's voice came from the cloud. "Brother Lin, I'm fine. You don't have to look for me. We'll meet at Dongling Mountain." It was Qiu Er's voice. There was no doubt about it. Furthermore, Qiu Er didn't seem to be in any danger. Who was the one who attacked? Since it wasn't a trap, Lin Xian turned his head and looked into the distance. He saw that in the waterfall, the seawater condensed into a figure. "Kid, you're finally here." That figure stood on the water, and the murderous aura he emitted was earth-shattering. A level 4 saint. The earth fiend demonic rat was pushed far away again, its face full of fear. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "It's you, you bastard, you're here too." She didn't expect that the one waiting for her here was actually Yu Qinya. Was this mist left behind by Yu Qinya to confuse him? No, that shouldn't be the case. Qiu must have left it behind, and Yu Qinya must have discovered it after she left. In an instant, he understood. A loser like you actually managed to enter. I have to say that you're really lucky. However, you didn't cherish this opportunity, and even dared to cause trouble for me. Are you tired of living? Lin Xian sneered. In his opinion, this Yu Qinya was an idiot. Even now, he still dared to provoke him. Wasn't this courting death? Yu Qinya snorted coldly. "Brat, don't be so arrogant. The reason why you passed the second stage was because of the suppression of your innate techniques and cultivation base. Otherwise, do you think you can defeat me? Today, in this place, without any suppression, I will let you know my strength. I will let you die in despair." At the end of his words, the wind and rain changed. The waterfall behind him spun nonstop, turning into a silver dragon that crawled under Yu Qinya's feet. "Brat, use the 2 bees, you just gotta kill him." The earth fiend demonic rat quickly said from behind. "Kill him? Forget it. It's such a precious thing. Isn't it a waste to kill a trash?" What a joke. Killing the bees was Lin Xian's trump card. He would only use it when necessary. He didn't put a mere Yu Qinya in his eyes. He raised his head and said indifferently, "Since you want to fight with me, show me your full strength. Attack with your full strength, or you won't have any chance." I should be the one saying that. You better use your full strength, or I can kill you in one move. Yu Qinya sneered. "Is that so? Let me attack first?" "Sure." Lin Xian nodded. "Then do you want to give me 3 moves?" "So what?" Yu Qinya sneered. He had absolute confidence in this place. He was an entire realm higher than his opponent. Not to mention 3 moves, he could easily kill his opponent with 300 moves. What he wanted to do now was to let his opponent know what despair was. "Since that's the case, I won't hold back." Lin Xian sneered. What an idiot. He really wanted to know what his opponent's expression would be after the first move. Thinking of this, he clenched his fist and punched out. It was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Yu Qinya and punched out. Yu Qinya was instantly torn into pieces. Ah, a miserable cry sounded. The sky was full of saint blood. Yu Qinya's corpse fell into the waterfall. This scene stunned the earth fiend demonic rats at the back. He came back to his senses. This 4th level guy isn't much. He's such an idiot. How can he stand there and let others hit him? The snow-white little monkey beside him said while eating a spirit fruit. Did water get into his brain? Lin Xian said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Did I use too much strength? Ah, damn kid. I'm going to kill you." Yu Qianya's body, which had been torn to pieces, quickly healed. His handsome face instantly became distorted. Damn it. I was too careless. How can my opponent be so strong? He must have secretly used a saint artifact. Damn it. My opponent is too despicable. I won't let you off. The law on his body spread out. A terrifying aura rushed out. Lin Xian said, "Why? You want to fight? Didn't you say you would let me have 3 moves? This is only the first move. There are still 2 more. You won't go back on your words, right?" These words were like slaps to the face. Yu Qianya's face was incomparably ugly. Previously, he was incomparably confident that he would let his opponent have 3 moves. Who would have thought that his opponent's strength was beyond his expectations? His body was shattered in the first move. If he were to hit 2 more times, he would be seriously injured. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Despicable kid, you are too shameless. I take back my words." Take back my words? I'm despicable and shameless? I think it's you who is too shameless. Someone like you is also a 4th level saint? You don't even keep your words. What a joke. Humph. Who would know here? Yu Qianya said shamelessly. Indeed, there are only 2 people here. So what if he's shameless? Oh my, I've never seen someone so shameless. The earth fiend demonic rat at the back could not stand it anymore. This guy is too thick-skinned. Who said no one saw it? Aren't we humans? Bah, we are demons. But what's wrong? Can't demons despise you? A smelly rat dares to clamor in front of me? Yu Qianya's killing intent was awe-inspiring. The earth fiend demonic rat took 2 steps back. However, when he thought of Lin Xian, he was not afraid. Do you think that you can be shameless just because there is no one here? I'll let you see the outcome of being shameless. Relatives come out. Chapter 3673. The earth demon demonic rat roared, and the ground trembled. Countless rats jumped out. These rats might not be as strong as the earth demon demonic rat, but there were too many of them. They were densely packed, and pairs of green eyes were looking around. Oh, it was their ancestor. When they saw the earth demon demonic rat, they kept worshipping it. Indeed, with the earth demon demonic rat's identity as a level 3 demonic rat, he could indeed be their ancestor. The earth demon demonic rat said to countless descendants, "Remember this person. He's despicable and shameless." What's his name? His name is Yu Qianya. Lin Xian said, Yes. Remember this, Yu Qianya, despicable and shameless. Hurry up and spread the word. Let everyone in the East Spirit world know that there is such a shameless guy. Courting death. Yu Qianya was mad. A small demonic beast dared to be arrogant in front of him. He raised his hand and a ray of light flew out. The earth demon demonic rat was shocked. Fortunately, Lin Xian made a move. With a wave of his hand, he directly shattered the ray of light. Lin Xian sneered. Why, am I wrong? Aren't you despicable and shameless? Humph, you're sharp-tongued. Now I'll make you wish you were dead. With that, Yu Qianya's body swayed, turned into countless water droplets, and rushed forward quickly. What a terrifying movement technique. The earth demon demonic rat was shocked to see it from afar. Indeed, Yu Qianya's body seemed to have turned into countless water droplets, killing people silently. Each droplet could penetrate through a level 3 demonic rat. It could be said that it was very terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian was instantly enveloped by these water droplets. Those raindrops fell on his body, making sonorous sounds like thousands of thunder. The space was completely shattered and annihilated. No way, I was completely hit. The earth demon demonic rat was horrified. Yu Qianya's lips curled into a smile. Humph, idiot kid, I've said it. You're not mine at all outside. Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened. How is this possible? He screamed and retreated, because he saw that under his attack Lin Xian walked out. His whole body was covered in golden light. He's unharmed. He's unharmed? It was too unbelievable. The opponent's physique was actually comparable to that of a 4th heaven saint. It was really surprising. Is this what you have to be proud of? Your strength outside isn't that great either. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his hand and unleashed a beam of golden sword qi. In an instant, the sword qi shattered the air and slashed towards Yu Qinya. Wang. Yu Qinya's body turned into countless water droplets. After dodging the sword, he sneered, "Useless brat, you can't hurt me at all. I have the body of true water." At this point, he laughed proudly. His physique and bloodline were extraordinary, unfathomably deep. "Can't hurt you? Are you sure?" Lin Xian sneered at the other party. The other party's strength was only SOO. To be honest, he had no interest in tangling with the other party. Therefore, in the next moment, he directly shot out a dragon-shaped sword qi, which contained the terrifying aura of the great dragon sword soul. Useless brat. Yu Qinya didn't dodge at all and turned back into raindrops. As long as he was in this state, he could dodge any attack. But this time he was gravely mistaken. This was the dragon-shaped sword qi, which could destroy everything. As expected, when the sword slashed down, Yu Qinya instantly screamed. Blood flowed out from the countless raindrops. "Damn it, how is this possible?" Yu Qinya retreated crazily. A huge crack appeared on his body. It was terrifying, and even his internal organs flowed out. "Damn it, this is impossible." He was completely stunned. His body of true water was broken by the other party. How is this possible? This is an extremely special physique. Lin Xian sneered. "What body of true water? You can't even withstand a single blow from me. I've said it before, you're not my opponent at all. Whether it's in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion or outside in the real world, you can't even withstand a single blow." "Damn it, this is impossible," Yu Qinya screamed. The countless raindrops on his body began to shine. His body of true water could not only withstand countless attacks, but also had a strong recovery effect. After all, water nourished all things. But the strength of the sword qi and the remnant sword intent on it shocked him. His body of true water could not completely heal in a short period of time. Fortunately, the injury had been stopped. But at this moment, Lin Xian's fist came over. It arrived in front of him. With a boom, Yu Qinya was smashed into pieces. Then, Lin Xian attacked forcefully, turning Yu Qinya into a bloody mist. His cold eyes surrounded the bloody mist. He said coldly, "Do you still think you can fight against me now?" Yu Qinya was completely stunned. His heart was trembling violently. What was going on? He screamed, and his body healed again. His face was incomparably pale. Defeated, was he defeated? With just a few simple moves, the other party had beaten him to the point where he could not even fight back. Damn it! It made him feel powerless, just like when he was in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. But that was because his cultivation was suppressed. He could not use his great skills. Now, he could use any divine ability without the suppression of his cultivation base. But he was still not a match for his opponent. Could it be that the gap between them was so big? No, I don't believe it. Yu Qinya opened his mouth and spat out a decree that bloomed with incomparable light. That was the decree of the Rain Clan. Not only that, he also took out an umbrella. That was a saint artifact. The decree danced in front of him, and the umbrella spun above his head. In an instant, Yu Qinya's whole body was covered in defense. "Kid, I will make you pay the price." As he said that, he formed a seal with his palms. The ancient words on the decree flickered and pushed forward. It was like a seal of heaven and earth that could destroy everything. What a terrifying aura. What kind of rune was that? The earth demon rat retreated again. The aura made his hair stand on end. Even the little white monkey stopped eating the spirit fruit and began to worry. Lin Xian sneered. He raised his hand and also threw out a decree. The two decrees collided in the air and intertwined, forming countless Tao of heaven and earth. "Damn kid, this is my Rain Clan's item." Seeing this decree, Yu Qinya was instantly angry. It was very obvious that this was the decree of his sister. He snorted, "You are an outsider. You can't display the true power of our decrees." As he said that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, The decree bloomed with incomparable light. Only the power of our Rain clan's bloodline can display the decree to its fullest. As expected, Lin Xian's decree was suppressed, and it began to tremble violently. Seeing this scene, Yu Qinya laughed loudly. "Did you see that? You are not my opponent at all. Is that so? You rely too much on decrees. You don't know what is the most important thing in the dark." Lin Xian's voice was cold. The most important thing was not the bloodline nor the laws, but the ancient words on it. These are the ancient scripture words. You idiot, you can't even comprehend the most important thing. After saying that, Lin Xian did not pay attention to his opponent anymore. Instead, he stretched out a finger and drew a few arcs in the sky. What he wrote was the ancient scripture words on the laws. Chapter 3674. If an ordinary person wrote it, it would be useless. However, Lin Xian had comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth and used the laws to write it. That power was truly unparalleled. After writing it, the sound of a sword and a dragon's roar could be heard from the ancient character. With a palm strike, the ancient scripture character was incomparably powerful, and it directly knocked away the other party's decree. It even directly pierced through the other party's decree. How could it be like this? Yu Qinya vomited blood. His decree was broken. It was defeated by the other party with a single word. Did you see that? That was the true mystery of the decree. As for you, you only relied on the power of your weapon. You didn't study the essence of it at all. Lin Xian's voice sounded as if he was lecturing the other party. After Yu Qinya heard it, his lungs exploded with anger. Damn it, was the other party lecturing him? What right did he have? He was going crazy with anger. I relied on the power of my old weapon. So what? Although you broke my decree, I have a saint weapon. As he spoke, he activated the heavenly Luo umbrella above his head. This was a true saint weapon that could store everything. As soon as it appeared, the heavenly Luo umbrella kept floating in the air as if it was going to store the entire world. At the same time, Lin Xian also felt a huge power. Kid, be obediently taken in by my heavenly Luo umbrella and turn into a pool of blood. Yu Qinya laughed sinisterly again. However, Lin Xian shook his head. Humph, you're really an idiot. Do you think you're the only one who has a saint weapon? With a wave of his hand, he directly pulled out the Great Destruction spear to contend with it. Instantly, it blocked the heavenly Luo umbrella. The two great sage weapons were intertwined. Meanwhile, Lin Xian raised his head and looked forward. He walked forward. Damn it! Yu Qinya roared crazily. He didn't expect the other party to have a saint weapon. It was really out of his expectations. However, soon, he revealed a sinister expression. After killing you, the saint weapon will be mine. He charged over and used the Rain clan's great ability, Wind and Rain Sword. A sword of laws appeared in his hand. As he waved it, it brought about a storm of sword shadows. One had to admit that Yu Qinya was really powerful. However, it was a pity that he met Lin Xian. In the face of such a terrifying sword shadow, Lin Xian directly used the spatial ability, Void Escape. In an instant, he completely disappeared and appeared in front of his opponent. Then he took out another item. It was a bead. The moment the bead appeared, Yu Qinya instantly felt his body stiffen. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had grabbed him. Wind and rain, sword, also instantly. Damn it, what was that? Yu Qinya. In the next moment, he screamed. Mind fixation bead. You actually... The only thing that could freeze him in place in an instant was that terrifying saint artifact, the mind fixation pearl. Wait, could it be? Suddenly he had a thought. You are the mysterious killer. He was really shocked. When he was in ninefold heaven's projection, a seventh-floor assassin appeared and threatened him with the mind fixation bead. At that time he was held hostage. His sister was humiliated, and the small saint of his family knelt on the ground and kowtowed. All of this was done by the kid in front of him. His eyes were burning, his head was smoking, and his lungs were about to explode. "That's right, it's me. It seems that you're not too stupid. From the beginning to the end, you've never been my opponent. How laughable you still dare to fight me. I can only say that you're courting death. Damn kid, let me go. Let's fight to the death." "Fight to the death? Are we not fighting to the death now?" Lin Xian directly slapped out. Half of Yu Qinya's face was shattered. Yu Qinya was knocked to the ground. He could not move at all. The power of the mind fixation bead was absolutely terrifying. Then Lin Xian began to attack. First, he broke all the bones in his opponent's body. Then he used lightning and fire to torture Yu Qinya. Yu Qinya screamed crazily. He had never experienced such torture in his life. In the end, he was even hit by the eye technique, locking spring and autumn. That kind of torture on the soul made him hover between life and death. In the end, madness appeared in Yu Qinya's eyes. He self-detonated and exploded into a bloody mist. His soul escaped with a small part of the saint's blood. Seeing this scene, the earth demon demonic rat said, "Kid, quickly chase him. Don't let him escape." Lin Xian did not immediately attack. "No hurry. He's just a piece of trash. How can he escape from me?" "Then why didn't you chase him?" The earth demon demonic rat was very puzzled. Lin Xian said, "Didn't you ask your relatives to spread the news of this kid's shamelessness throughout the East spirit world? I just want him to know what his reputation is like. I want him to die in pain and humiliation. I want everyone to know the consequences of daring to chase me." Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with an extremely terrifying killing intent. Indeed, Yu Qinya was too despicable. He had tried to kill him more than once. If he was weaker, he would have been killed long ago. This time he would not be soft-hearted. Lin Xian raised his head and stared at the falling rain umbrella. That umbrella turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Obviously, it was summoned by Yu Qinya. "Let's go and watch a good show." Lin Xian waved his hand. Little White and the earth demon demonic rat came to his side again. They turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. In the vast mountains, a blood light flew past. It was Yu Qinya. At this moment, his body had recovered, but he was much weaker. This time, he only took 1/3 of his blood with him. Moreover, he had experienced so much torture before. His soul was injured and his body was seriously injured. The current him could not even use half of his strength. It was already very good to be able to use 1/10 of his strength. "Damn it, this is really too damn." Yu Qinya roared crazily. He really did not expect that he would fall into the hands of the other party. He must take revenge. However, before he left, he had to recover first. He walked into the depths of the forest. He wanted to find a quiet place to recover. At this moment, he heard 2 tree demons talking. "Have you heard? A despicable and shameless guy came to our East spirit world. I know, despicable and shameless. I think his name is Yu Qinya." Puff! Yu Qinya spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Did that damn rat really spread the news? He originally thought that the other party was just angry at him. He did not expect that the other party really did it. "Go to hell!" Yu Qinya waved his hand. 2 laws flew out and killed the 2 tree demons. At the same time, he walked in with a dark face. However, after a few steps, he heard people whispering again. They were all some small insects and plant beasts. At this moment, they were all talking crazily. "Do you know that there is a despicable and shameless Yu Qinya?" Yu Qinya spat out another mouthful of blood. Go to hell! He attacked and killed all the beasts. At the same time, his whole body trembled. "I want to see who dares to speak ill of me." His soul spread out in all directions. The space of millions of miles was completely covered by him. However, in the next moment, he vomited 3 liters of blood and fell to the ground. Chapter 3675. It turned out that everyone in the East spirit world was talking about him. Not only the beasts, but even some of the challengers knew about it. For example, the people of Wushuang City knew about it. What despicable and shameless Yuchinya! Was he actually beaten up? This Yuchinya wasn't that strong. Yeah, and it was said that he was despicable. Furthermore, those monstrous beasts even said that he was an unpardonably evil person. Despicable and shameless? That was a small matter. He was ugly. He attacked his own sister. He attacked his benefactor. He attacked his own sister. He even attacked his own father. In short, he was as shameless as he could be. Ah! Yuchinya's body exploded. In the next moment he fell to the ground, dead. At this moment, the severely injured Yuchinya was dead. She would be angered to death by him. Seeing this, the earth fiend demonic rat's eyes widened. Damn! A level 4 sage was angered to death. This was probably the first time in thousands of years. Lin Xian sneered. He deserved it. If he didn't provoke me, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Ah, Lin Wudi, I'll fight you to the death. Suddenly, a gray shadow rushed out from Yu Chinya's body. It was a spirit. However, it was different from a normal spirit. It was black and had a strong evil aura. Not good. A vengeful spirit. The earth fiend demonic rat screamed. I knew this guy wouldn't die. Lin Xian sneered. A mere vengeful spirit. What can it do to me? Yu Qinya was indeed dead. He didn't expect himself to be angered to death. He was indignant. Although his spirit was defeated, it wasn't completely destroyed. Therefore, after he died, he became a vengeful spirit. Although he was living in another way between heaven and earth, it was completely different from being truly alive before. After becoming a vengeful spirit, it wouldn't be easy for him to cultivate again. Moreover, his strength was greatly reduced. It wasn't easy for him to be alive. All of this was given to him by Lin Xian. He wouldn't let Lin Xian go. You won't let me off? Lin Xian descended from the sky and looked at the other party. Why won't you let me go? Not good. The other party is coming. Yu Chinya's vengeful spirit was scared out of his wits. He was no match for the other party and wanted to escape. Wang. Lin Xian reached out with his giant hand, which blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Like a cage, he directly grabbed the other party. If you wanted to turn into something else, it might be very troublesome, but you chose to turn into a vengeful spirit. I can only say that you are very stupid. Don't worry. Qi is not your final destination. I want you to die in another 10,000 reincarnations. Lin Xian immediately opened Spring Autumn Lock. Vengeful spirits were also a type of soul. They were unable to resist eye techniques, especially one as powerful as Lin Xian's. In the next moment, Yu Chinya's vengeful spirit was hit by an eye technique and was pulled into an illusory world. Here, he would receive 10,000 cycles of reincarnation. Every time, he would be mercilessly tortured. It was a fate worse than death. A few seconds later, Yu Chinya's vengeful spirit disappeared. He was killed without a trace. In fact, the real situation was that he had experienced tens of thousands of reincarnations and tens of thousands of years of torture. The earth fiend demonic rat swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, he didn't provoke such a killing god. Otherwise, his ending would be very miserable. Yu Qinya was dead. Next, he had to deal with the other party's storage room. Among them, the saint artifact, Tian Luo umbrella, turned into a stream of light and tried to escape. However, it was blocked by Lin Xian. After an earth-shattering battle, Lin Xian directly subdued Tian Luo Flash. He threw it into the great sage pagoda and used the starry sky to refine it. At the same time, Lin Xian looked at the black earth again. It was already 90% complete. It wouldn't be long before it completely turned into a saint artifact. This way, he would have more saint artifacts in his hands. After thinking for a while, Lin Xian directly handed the mind-settling pearl to Xiaobai. He said, "Little guy, this is for you in the future." Little White took it over. "What are those big black eyes?" "Wow, that's great. With this thing along with my treasure bowl, I can snatch anything when the time comes. He laughed mischievously. Let's go. Let's continue on our way. Lin Xian and the other two turned into a stream of light and continued on their way. Although Yu Qinya was dead, the news of him being despicable and shameless continued to spread. In the entire Eastern spirit world, everyone knew about it. The examinees of Wushuang City had heard about it too. When Di Ling heard the news, his face turned gloomy. What was this Yu Qinya doing? What a piece of trash. I thought that I didn't have to do it myself. Who knew that I would have to do it myself? Well, I'll deal with this Lin Wudi personally. As Lin Xian flew, he began to clean up Yu Qinya's storage ring. He had to admit that this young master had a lot of things. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. Just the pills for cultivation alone, he found thousands of bottles. He took out hundreds of bottles and swallowed them all. He began to eat them like jelly beans. The ground fiend demonic rat looked on with envy. These were all miraculous elixirs for the cultivation of saints. It was not easy to get one on a normal day. Now that the other party had handed over thousands of them, it was a waste to eat them. His heart was bleeding as he looked at her. However, Lin Xian didn't care. These were obtained by accident. Furthermore, there was no difference between eating it carefully and eating it in large quantities now, and the cultivation effect was no different. As for the remaining pills and cultivation treasures, Lin Xian directly opened them and threw the Sword Realm small world in for the great dragon Sword Soul to absorb. The improvement of the great dragon Sword Soul was more difficult than the improvement of his cultivation. It required more resources. After a few more days, Lin Xian had already obtained 5 East Spirit Stones. The mission was half completed, which made him more confident. With the ground demon rat, his speed of collecting East Spirit Stones was much faster than others. Now, they were on the way to collect the 6th East Spirit Stone. But half a day later, the ground demon rat said, "Wait, what's wrong?" Lin Xian asked. He didn't know. He felt uneasy. There seemed to be danger approaching. Lin Xian frowned and carefully sensed. There was no danger. The snow-white little monkey next to him was also puzzled. However, the ground demon rat said, "It should be a characteristic of our race. We have a particularly strong sense of hidden danger." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that this should be true. Perhaps there really was some unknown danger. Take a detour. Lin Xian didn't want to be nosy. He prepared to take a detour. However, a few hours later, the ground demon rat said again, "Stop! The danger is still there. There's danger again. What's going on? You didn't sense it wrong, did you?" The ground demon rat's expression was extremely solemn. "Impossible. I swear on my life that there's definitely danger. I didn't sense it wrong." Then things were strange. The danger had always been there, which meant that someone had been following him. Chapter 3676. Who was it? Lin Xian's face was cold as he looked in all directions. He opened his heavenly secret divine eyes. After opening his body, the strange runes inside pulsated twice. It seemed that there was someone nearby, but he couldn't see through it for a while. Who was it? Sneaky, come out. Lin Xian stood in the void and shouted coldly. There was no one around, but Lin Xian was on guard. His heavenly secret divine eyes and earth fiend demonic rat told him that there was a problem. Then someone was hiding here. Suddenly, a black spatial crack appeared in the void and spread toward him. This attack was very sudden, and it was right beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian couldn't dodge at all. He could only roar angrily and use his divine body to block. Boom! He collided with the terrifying spatial crack and was sent flying. The spatial crack was also kicked away by him. As expected, someone attacked. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His expression was extremely cold. Who was it? Was it Di Ling? Or was it ghostly? After Yu Qinya died, these two people were most likely to attack him. Moreover, these two people were also very strong, far stronger than Yu Qinya. However, it shouldn't be Di Ling because with Di Ling's arrogant personality, he should directly come out to kill him. Then was it ghostly? After all, the other party came from the fiend planet. He was despicable and sinister, so he definitely wouldn't attack him head-on. Thinking of this, his expression turned cold. Ghostly, I let you go last time, but you still dare to act recklessly. In that case, you can go to hell to see Yu Qinya. Lin Xian's voice was cold as his gaze swept in all directions. However, no one answered. In the sky an eye appeared. A black eye was erected in the sky. This sudden appearance made people's hair stand on end. Lin Xian frowned, his eyelids twitching. Earth fiend demonic rat was swept by that gaze, and its heart turned cold as if its soul had fallen into a bottomless abyss. It was too terrifying. As a third firmament demon sage, the earth fiend demonic rat was unable to withstand this aura. How strong was this person? Lin Xian's eyelids were also twitching. This black eye gave him a similarly huge threat. Damn it, just who was it? This aura was too terrifying. Was it really ghostly? Ghostly had such a terrifying aura? That's not right. Could it be that it wasn't ghostly? Who was that? If you don't want to talk, then I'll destroy your eyes. Lin Xian roared furiously. He waved his hand, and a sword beam slashed forward. The black eye in front of him pulsated and shot out a black blade of light. It also slashed over and collided with the sword chi. With a loud clang, the two of them were sent flying. The void was shattered. The aura emitted by the black eye was even more terrifying now. Whoa! Lin Xian raised his hand, and another 5 elemental mountain flew out. His opponent fired out another black blade of light. This time, the 5 elemental mountain was cleaved in half. Lin Xian's figure flickered and dodged the black blade of light. His face was completely gloomy. What a terrifying attack! One had to know that his 5 elemental laws were very strong. It was not a problem for him to beat a 4th firmament saint like Yu Qian. However, his opponent could easily cut through his divine ability. This person was very strong. Had he finally met his match? Lin Xian looked solemn. In front of him, the black eye suddenly pulsated. Black ripples spread out and then swept towards Lin Xian. Not good. The earth fiend demonic rat went crazy. How could they block such a terrifying eye technique attack? Lin Xian's face also changed. He formed a seal with his palms, and green ripples appeared in the golden eye. Blue tide birth. It was also a terrifying eye technique. The green ripples and black ripples collided in the sky and were annihilated silently. This silent collision was even more terrifying than the collapse of heaven and earth. If one was not careful, one's soul would be destroyed. After a long time, the two slowly disappeared in the sky. At this time, a voice sounded. Interesting. I didn't expect you to be able to block my ghost eye. Who exactly are you? Lin Xian shouted coldly. Until now, he had not found any trace of the other party. This was a very bad sign. You dared to kill my fellow disciples. I was originally here to kill you and avenge my junior brother. However, I didn't expect you to have such a strange pair of eyes. Very well. Now I'll give you a chance to die happily. Kneel down, dig out your eyes, and offer them to me. I can let you die happily. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. If you want my eyes, let's see if you have the ability. Stupid, you're not my opponent at all. A cold voice sounded, but still no one appeared. There was only a vertical black eye floating there, but now it was even more sinister and terrifying. That ghost eye was pulsating. Suddenly, a few black shadows flew out from it and kept growing. As soon as they appeared, they roared into the sky. They were black creatures that looked like black leopards and black wolves, but they were obviously more terrifying. As soon as they appeared, they charged towards Lin Xian crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his hand, and a few sword chi flew out, colliding with the few black beasts. One of them was sent flying, but it did not die immediately. This scene caused Lin Xian to be even more shocked. The ground fiend demonic rat shrieked. This eye technique, could it be that it belonged to someone? 100 Eyes Demon Sage. This was a very powerful beast. Its body was a centipede with hundreds of eyes, and the power of each eye was different. It could use many kinds of eye techniques. It grew up in the East Spirit world, but later joined the 1,000 Demon City. It was very terrifying, far above the lightning beasts. It might be a 5th-level demon sage. Hearing this, Lin Xian was speechless. People from the 1,000 Demon City, no wonder. Previously, he killed a lightning beast that was about to reach the Tao. It seemed that the other party's experts were here for revenge. If the 1,000 Demon City wants to kill you, you have to kneel down obediently and wait to be killed. You dare to resist and kill my junior brother. Today you will die without a doubt. The 100 Eyes Demon Sage's voice sounded. Lin Xian sneered. How arrogant, how domineering. But are you sure you can kill me? Useless kid, although you are strong and have an eye technique, you are still no match for me. I only have to use a ghost eye now, and you can't beat me. Enjoy it slowly. These beasts are spirits that I summoned from the ghost world. Let's see how you can stop them. Was it summoned? Lin Xian frowned. The ground demon, rat, trembled. Damn it, the rumors were true. It was said that the ghost eye was connected to the ghost Tao world. It seemed that it was true. Really? Summoned? Lin Xian snorted. Do you think I don't know? He formed a seal with his palm and used the phantom spirit curse. Buzz! The void shattered, and a warhorse with a headless rider crossed the space. The moment it appeared, it shocked everyone. Chapter 3677. Kill. Under Lin Xian's control, the Headless Horseman unleashed a massacre in all directions and engaged in a fierce battle with the demonic beasts from the ghost realm. In the end, the Headless Horseman pierced through the monsters with his spear. What the hell? You're just SOO. Lin Xian sneered. The ghost eye on the opposite side twitched. It did not expect Lin Xian to be able to summon, and the power of his summoning was so strong. Buzz! At this moment, the void fluctuated and a second eye appeared. It was a green eye. As soon as it appeared, it flashed with a demonic light. It shot out a green light toward the Headless Horseman. The green light instantly enveloped the Headless Horseman, and the Headless Horseman and his war horse melted quickly. In the end, they turned into a pool of green water and fell to the ground. Haha, do you think I only have one eye? I'm the 100-eyed demon saint. I'm afraid you don't know my name. The cold voice sounded again in the sky. The green eye shot out another light, waved toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flashed and dodged in an instant. The void where he was standing was shattered and turned into a pool of green water. What a strong poison! Lin Xian could see that the green eye should be a poisonous eye that could melt everything, a ghost eye that could summon monsters, and a poisonous eye that could melt everything. He had to admit that the 100-eyed demon saint was really strong. Lin Xian made a seal with his palms and shouted. A golden flame jumped out of the heavenly fire and floated forward. It was the soul fire of the eye technique. Although he did not know where the Headless Horseman's real body was, as long as he destroyed the Headless Horseman's eye, the Headless Horseman would definitely come out. The golden flame floated toward the green eye. At the same time, the black ghost eye was also attacked. The two eyes burned in the raging fire and kept moving. It also emitted a terrifying black mist to resist the green light. What a terrifying soul fire! Your eyes are mine. In the sky, an illusory figure appeared. The enemy had appeared. Lin Xian raised his head and looked. In the next moment, his brows furrowed tightly. It was a tall man with dark red skin and two antennae on his head. Everything seemed normal, but when he looked further down, it was completely different. There were countless eyes on the other party's body, and every single one of them was different from the rest. Just looking at it would make one's scalp tingle. Was he already the 100-eyed demon saint? It was really too scary. Sure enough, with over 100 eyes, if every single one of them possessed a special kind of eye technique, it would be truly terrifying. Furthermore, the opponent's cultivation had actually reached the early stage of the fifth heavenly layer. This cultivation was even stronger than the earth spirit. Whoa! At this moment, the 100-eyed demon sage lifted his palm. A blue eye appeared in the center of his palm. As the blue eyes opened and closed, a few blue light blades shot out, instantly cutting apart the soul fire. The blue light was really too sharp. Then, a few more rays shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian could feel it, and his hair stood on end. He did not dare to take it head-on. His body swayed, and he kept dodging. This is the heavenly peak eye. It can cut through everything in this world. Can you block it? Whoa! As he spoke, over 100 rays of blue light flew out. Those were blue light blades, and they were really terrifying. Like a rainbow, they directly broke through the void and surrounded Lin Xian. Kill! Lin Xian roared, and an unparalleled sword intent surged from his body. He pulled out the great destruction spear and swept it in all directions. All the blue light blades were sent flying. In the next moment, his divine body bloomed, and he looked like a god of war. Have a taste of my power. With a roar, the great destruction spear shot out over 10,000 rays of terrifying sword chi. Whoosh! The 100-eyed demon sage laughed, opened his mouth, and stuck out his tongue. On his tongue there was an eye. Then the eye shone brightly and turned into a vortex, swallowing all the sword chi. Gulp! The 100-eyed demon sage swallowed his saliva and laughed. Your sword chi tastes good. Is it that strong? Lin Xian frowned. The earth fiend demonic rat was scared out of its wits. One had to know that Lin Xian had easily killed the lightning demonic beast and Yu Qinya. But now, all of Lin Xian's attacks were completely ineffective. It was really unbelievable. However, it also knew that this was normal. The white-eyed saint was a fifth heaven saint, and he was very powerful. With so many terrifying eye techniques, no one was his match. Damn it, why is this demon here? The earth fiend demonic rat was extremely frightened. Kid, what other moves do you have? Show them all. If not, then you can go to hell. The 100-eyed demon sage laughed sinisterly. At the same time, he waved his hand and shot out the heavenly peak eye again. Lin Xian fought back, and his sword chi was powerful. However, the light blades formed by the heavenly peak eye were really terrifying. Some of them still hit him and sent him flying. Lin Xian's chi and blood churned, but it didn't break. Instead, it only left a few faint white marks. He actually blocked it. The white-eyed saint was extremely surprised. It seems that your physique is actually a special physique. That's really surprising. However, this was even more interesting. Hunting geniuses was more interesting. He raised his arm. On his arm, other than the heavenly peak eye in his palm, there were many other eyes. At this moment, a few of them opened. Suddenly, a big purple hand appeared in the eyes and grabbed over. On the other side, the poison eye spewed out a green poisonous mist that could melt everything. At the same time, ghost eyes summoned countless ghosts and charged toward Zhangxian. In an instant, all kinds of mystique attacks covered the sky and earth. Lin Xian grabbed the earth fiend demonic rat and put it away. Then he roared and charged over. The 5 elemental laws circled around him. They turned into sword chi for a moment, then into a shield for a moment, and then into various demonic beasts to fight back. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. However, the 100-eyed demon sage was really too powerful. He actually suppressed Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. The 100,000 sky peak sabers formed a blue sky saber and slashed over. With a clang, it collided with the great destruction spear and sent Lin Xian flying. At the same time, a green light surged out from behind, trying to melt Lin Xian's body. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used the void escape and used his spatial mystique to dodge the attack. With a low roar, Whitey suddenly appeared near the white-eyed saint. He used the mind fixation pearl, and the entire void froze. The 100-eyed demon sage also felt his body stiffen. Damn monkey, get out of here. The 100-eyed demon sage opened and closed his eyes as if he could tear everything apart. With a whoosh, Whitey expanded to the limit and dodged quickly. It was useless. More importantly, the mind fixation pearl? You can fix my body, but can you fix my eyes? Chapter 3678. That was indeed the case. The mind-fixing pearl did not seem to have much effect on someone with such a strong eye technique. Oh, look at me. At this moment, Whitey appeared near the 100-eyed demon saint again and slapped him on the head with its furry paws. Then, the hundreds of eyes lost their luster in an instant. He felt dizzy. Even though the 100-eyed demonic saint was extremely terrifying, he was still dazed by the little monkey's claws. It was a good opportunity. Lin Xian roared and went all out. A terrifying dragon-shaped sword qi shot out from the great destruction spear. At the same time, Xiao Qin activated his ocular technique, locking spring and autumn. He wanted to kill him with a single strike. Zhang Xian's eye art was the first to arrive. Once again, Zhang Xian's eyes were bewildered. He pulled Zhang Xian into an illusory world. At the same time, the great spear of destruction also arrived, bringing with it an indomitable aura. He wanted to penetrate the other party. His right eye suddenly turned pitch black. Then a door flew out from his eye. A huge purple ghost-faced door, like a huge mountain, blocked in front of him. Boom! The great spear of destruction clashed with the purple ghost-faced door, producing a deafening sound. The 100-eyed demonic saint was sent flying. Lin Xian attacked again, unleashing hundreds of thousands of terrifying sword qi, all of which exploded in front of him, drowning his opponent. Boom! Boom! The heavens collapsed, and the earth cracked as if the world was about to be destroyed. However, an angry roar came from the front. "Despicable brat, you dare to trick me!" Then a huge door was lifted up and the sword qi was sent flying. Following this, the 100-eyed beast sacred walked out once again. At that moment, his ice-cold face was slightly distorted. His right eye was already closed. In fact, there was even a stream of blood flowing down from the wound. Evidently, the dragon-shaped sword aura from earlier was not completely ineffective. It would appear that it had managed to injure his right eye. "You have angered me, thoroughly angered me. I'll torture you to death." The 100-eyed beast saint roared. Lin Xian's face was as cold as ice. Damn it, the other party only had one eye injured. This was too unbelievable. Moreover, how did the other party escape from his spring and autumn lock? Who was it? Get your ass out here. At this moment, the 100-eyed demon saint roared and waved his right hand. The eye of heavenly wind slashed out endless blue blades, shattering the void in the distance. Pooh! A figure flashed. "I'm just passing by to watch the battle. I don't have any ill intentions," the figure said coldly. The 100-eyed beast saint snorted coldly and looked into the distance. Was there someone else here? Lin Xian was astonished. In the next moment, his expression turned strange. Imperial Mausoleum. That's right, the one who was chased out was Dealing. Who would have thought that Dealing would actually come and watch the battle in the dark? At this moment, Dealing couldn't conceal the shock in his heart. Previously, he had been searching all the way and finally found traces of Lin Xian. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian was fighting with someone else. Moreover, his opponent was so powerful that it made his hair stand on end. The other party's cultivation was actually higher than his. He was a level 5 sage. Furthermore, the other party's eye technique was too terrifying. Even if he were to face him, he did not have the confidence to win. Of course, how could he leave a battle like this? Therefore, he hid in the void and watched. However, he did not expect to be discovered by the other party. Since he had been discovered, he could not stay here any longer. He turned around and wanted to leave. The 100-eyed beast saint said, "Did I say you could leave? Your Excellency, you're being too aggressive." Di Ling turned his head with a cold expression. So what if I'm being aggressive? I don't take a mere human seriously. The 100-eyed beast saint sneered. Damn it. Di Ling's expression turned ugly. Although he was famous in the second astral realm, that was only in the eyes of ordinary families. For these experts of the sacred city, his reputation did not matter at all, especially when he was facing such a terrifying beast. Therefore, he did not attack. Instead, he suppressed his anger and said, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not going to attack you. Actually, that brat and I are enemies. I came here to kill him. But since he offended you, I'll kill him. Since he has offended you, then I don't need to do anything. He's dead meat. Di Ling's meaning was very simple. He and the 100-eyed beast saint had the same enemy, so he thought that the other party would not make things difficult for him. Di Ling, it seems that you're shameless enough. How can someone like you be number one? How ridiculous. Kid, you're about to die, and you still dare to be arrogant? Di Ling did not hold back either. Who said that I'm about to die? Lin Xian sneered. Although the other party was very strong and had a terrifying eye technique, he also had many trump cards. The Great Dragon Sword Soul, the Great Sage Tower, and the Starry Skyfire had not been used yet. He looked at Di Ling with a cold smile. You look strong and fierce, but you're just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When you meet someone weaker than you, you're arrogant and act high and mighty. But when you meet someone stronger than you, you immediately become a coward. You were like this when you faced the peerless city in the heaven-reaching tower, and now you're facing the demon city. What kind of genius are you? Lin Xian's eyes were full of disdain. A real genius should be strong when facing strong opponents and not facing any difficulties. How can Di Ling be like this, bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Reckless. Di Ling naturally knew this, but so what? Staying alive was the most important thing. In his opinion, Lin Xian's character. You're courting death. Okay. Stop acting in front of me. Neither of you will be able to escape, the 100-eyed beast saint sneered. I don't know which saint city you're from, but since you've met me, you'll go to hell obediently. Buzz. He shot out his ghost eye to deal with Di Ling, and then looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was cold. Do you really think you can send me to hell? He roared and fully activated his divine body. Not only that, he also activated the black Qilin tattoo, and then his eyes shone brightly. He charged towards the 100-eyed beast saint. You want to fight me in close combat? You won't have a chance. The 100-eyed beast saint used various eye techniques. The green eyes could melt everything, the purple hands could cover the sky, and the heavenly wind I could sweep everything. However, when these attacks landed on Lin Xian's body, they caused his divine body to sway uncontrollably. But that was it. Lin Xian's body was extremely strong. He resisted all the attacks and charged towards the 100-eyed beast saint. He clenched his right fist and punched the sky. The great spear of destruction in his left hand kept dancing. Buzz, the 100-eyed beast saint, kept retreating. He didn't expect the opponent's attacks to be so strong that he could ignore so many of his eye techniques. It was really incredible. In an instant, he flew back. It seems that you're not as powerful as I thought. Facing my attacks, you still have to dodge, right? After repelling the opponent, Lin Xian sneered. Chapter 3679. Damn it! Why is this kid's body so uncanny? On the other side, the 100-eyed beast overlord's expression was also extremely cold. To be honest, he did not expect his opponent's body to be so strong. After taking so many of his eye technique attacks, the kid still managed to reach him. Don't be so cocky. Die. He unleashed another terrifying eye technique. Lin Xian kept shuttling back and forth. At the same time, he drew a circle with his hands and used stellar transposition. This time, he used the mysterious power. Stellar transposition could divert all power. Therefore, the eye technique attacks in front of him were completely messed up. Lin Xian ordered them to kill each other. The eye of the heavenly peak landed on the eye of the poison. The purple phantom eye landed on the eye of the heavenly wind. For a moment, the eye technique attacks in the air kept rioting. Lin Xian even controlled a few light blades to attack the hundred-eyed beast overlord in the opposite direction. The hundred-eyed beast overlord was startled and quickly dodged. What a strange power. This kid is too uncanny. It seemed that he had to use more terrifying trump cards. The 100 eyes on his body flickered with demonic light. It was obvious that he was going to use a great skill. However, at that moment, a loud explosion came from the distance. Then a silver light flashed far away, revealing an unparalleled vision of heaven and earth. Oh no, that thing! The hundred-eyed beast overlord's expression changed instantly. He roared, "Kid, I'll spare your life for now. I'll kill you myself in the future." Then his figure flickered, and he quickly flew into the distance. Lin Xian harumphed coldly and did not attack again. He also looked into the distance. There was a silver immortal light there. He did not know what had happened, but if it could attract someone like the hundred-eyed beast overlord, it must be something incredible. He finally left. On the other side, Dealing also let out a sigh of relief. A single ghost eye was enough to make him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Fortunately, his opponent had left. He turned his head and stared at Lin Xian with a cold smile on his face. "Now, it's time to settle our grudge. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. First, you avoided Yu Qinya's pursuit, and now you're escaping from such a terrifying beast. However, you still met me. I will kill you with my own hands. Your luck has come to an end." Di Ling walked over, his body emitting a terrifying killing intent. Lin Xian sneered. "Good luck, you idiot. Do you still think I'm lucky?" Well, it was time to put an end to it. Golden light shot out from his eyes. Like a divine blade, he charged forward. Damn it! To think that the other party's eye technique would be so powerful! In the next moment, Di Ling let out a roar, and countless runes appeared on his body. A jade pendant floated up and down around his neck, forming a powerful defense. "You think I don't have a weapon, so how can I defend against soul attacks?" He snorted coldly. "Previously, I was afraid of the hundred-eyed demon saint because he was powerful. This does not mean that I am afraid of you." At this point, he roared and formed a seal with his palms. Immediately, with a loud boom, 10,000 streaks of thunder rang out. The entire skydrop was boiling. Now go to hell! It was clear that the Imperial Mausoleum had produced an extremely powerful divine ability. Buzz! A green light flew out from his back. It was like thousands of heavenly swords, carrying a mysterious aura. Lin Xian roared angrily and charged forward. His fists opened and closed, sweeping in all directions. The Great Destruction spear shot out, terrifying sword chi one after another. The two fought in the sky. It was an unparalleled battle. Everything around them was torn to pieces. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The light on Lin Xian's body became stronger and stronger. Buzz! He directly activated his divine body and black Qilin tattoo. It was obvious that he did not intend to hold back against Di Ling. Di Ling originally thought that he could finish off his opponent quickly, but he did not expect that after a few moves his arm would be numb. His entire body trembled. Damn it, the other party was too strong. He would not allow such a person to exist. He roared, and the power in his body kept exploding, illuminating the entire sky. At this moment, Di Ling's aura rose infinitely. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The laws on his body flickered nonstop, forming a large square seal that smashed over fiercely. Wherever the seal passed, black holes would appear in the void. Nothing could stop it. Lin Xian used the Great Destruction spear to fight against it. The two of them fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Buzz! Suddenly, the seal trembled violently, and from an inconceivable angle, it flew towards the Imperial Mausoleum. Di Ling was sent flying with a single strike. Half of Di Ling's body was completely shattered. His black hair was flamboyant, and he roared crazily. His eyes flickered with scarlet light. Damn it, he was injured. He was actually injured by his own weapon. What was going on? His eyes emitted a terrifying light, and Lin Xian snorted coldly. Naturally, he used the stellar transposition to attack by surprise. After the successful attack, he charged forward. The 5 elemental laws surrounded his body, forming terrifying 5 elemental mountains that fell from the sky. On the other side, the dragon-shaped sword, Qi, kept roaring. All kinds of terrifying divine powers were crazily blasted forward. Di Ling kept retreating. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a green moon wheel. It flickered above his head and blocked the divine powers. The green moon wheel. It was a sacred artifact. It cast down thousands of rays of light to protect Di Ling. Di Ling's palm also kept opening and closing. Nirvana divine palm. His palm was unparalleled. This palm carried the light of nirvana. Wherever it passed, it seemed to be able to turn the entire world into death. This strange scene caused all the surrounding demonic beasts to prostrate themselves on the ground. Brat, go to hell. This palm is an extremely terrifying, forbidden, divine ability. He had learned it from the corpse of an ancient saint. Its power was endless. It carried the aura of death. Lin Xian was surprised, but soon he sneered. Competing with him in this kind of power? Di Ling was still far from it. One had to know that he had absorbed the power of the death mist, and he cultivated the Tai Chi art. His body swayed, and Lin Xian activated the Tai Chi art. The Tai Chi art in his body rotated, and he immediately slapped out. It was a pitch-black palm, like thick ink spreading in the sky. It collided with the Nirvana divine palm. You don't know the difference between life and death. You dare to resist me? Go to hell now. Di Ling sneered. Even a 5th heaven saint would have to retreat when facing such a divine ability, let alone his opponent. However, he soon frowned, and even his face became extremely ugly. This was because he realized that his Nirvana divine palm did not hurt his opponent at all. Instead, he felt the terror of death engulfing him. The power of death. How was this possible? Di Ling's face was extremely ugly. How did his opponent have such a power of death? This was too unbelievable. Chapter 3680. One had to know that he could use the Nirvana divine palm because of the ancient coffin in his body. That was why he could block the terrifying power of Nirvana. But what about his opponent? Could it be that he also had a corpse in his body? Otherwise, how could his opponent withstand the power of death? He was really going crazy. Although it was just a few simple exchanges, he was at a disadvantage. However, he was still at a disadvantage, which was unacceptable to him. Lin Xian sneered. He was going all out now. He used all of his great abilities. How could his opponent withstand it? Kill him. On the other side, Di Ling used the Nirvana divine palm a few more times. At the same time, he activated the green moon wheel above his head. It was a sacred artifact. Under Di Ling's activation, it bloomed with an incomparable green light that lit up the sky. With a buzz, it turned into a stream of light that cut through the sky and slashed toward Lin Xian. The sky was split into 2 halves. Clang! Lin Xuanwu used the Great Destruction Spear. It was like a heavenly hammer as it smashed towards the clear moon treasure wheel. A loud, clanging sound could be heard. The 2 sacred artifacts clashed in the air. Buzz! At this moment, Di Ling waved his hand again, and a flying sword rushed out. The flying sword was only the size of a palm, but it shone with an incomparable light. The monstrous killing intent was terrifying. The flying sword streaked across the sky, causing the mountains and rivers to change color and the sun and moon to dim. Let's see how you're going to fight this time. Di Ling sneered. 2 great sage artifacts. Lin Xian definitely couldn't block them. Indeed, it was too fast. The flying sword arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant and stabbed toward his heart. Even if this attack couldn't kill him, it could severely injure him. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He roared, and the black Qilin tattoo covered his body. At the same time, he waved his fist to block the flying sword. He was courting death. Diling sneered when he saw this. In the next moment, there was an earth-shattering collision in front of him. Lin Xian was blasted away and crashed into countless mountains. He fell to the ground. "Humph, let's see how you're going to die." Diling clasped his hands behind his back and sneered as he walked forward. With a few steps, he arrived high in the sky and looked down. In his imagination, Lin Xian's heart was pierced through by the flying sword and nailed to the ground. He must be seriously injured. But soon he was able to see through the fog and clearly see the scene below. How could this be? Diling screamed and almost fell from the sky. He saw that on the ground below, a figure stood up. The figure's body was still glowing, and the black Qilin tattoo was lifelike. In his left hand, there was a flying sword that looked like a dragon's head. It was biting down hard. He wasn't injured, but he was caught by the other party. Diling was going crazy. That was a saint tool. Even he didn't dare to take it head-on. So what did Suke have to contend with it? Would the other party dare to take a saint artifact with his bare hands? What kind of physique was this? Damn it. D. Mausoleum formed a hand seal, wanting to activate the flying sword. The flying sword kept trembling like a fish, trying to break free. The sword light on its body illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It flew out from his fingertips, shining so brightly that one couldn't open their eyes. Lin Xian's arm also began to tremble. However, in the next moment, he threw it forward. At the same time, he used stellar transposition. The flying sword drew an arc in the air and slashed at Diling's neck. Diling was shocked. He couldn't control himself. A bloody mark appeared on his neck, and more than half of his head was taken away. All the hair on his body stood on end. If he had been a second slower, his head would have been cut off. Damn it, he really deserved to die. He had been completely suppressed after several attacks. He was even no match for his opponent after taking out 2 saint weapons. That was unacceptable to the proud him. I don't believe it. With a roar, a green light appeared in Diling's eyes. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying power bloomed. It spread out from his body, and he opened his mouth to spit out a green coffin. As soon as the coffin appeared, it became as big as a bronze coffin. It floated in the air, and the aura it emitted was incomparably cold. It was as if a peerless demon king had awakened. Lin Xian's face changed as well. The coffin of the green snake gave him a great sense of threat. Therefore, he didn't allow it to appear. With a roar, the great dragon sword soul in his body exploded. Countless dragon roars and sword chi rushed out, turning into a true dragon that charged forward. They tore apart the sky, wanting to completely destroy Diling. Diling kept dodging. At the same time, he shouted and slammed his palm on the bronze coffin. Immediately, the cyan coffin began to rumble. The bronze coffin opened, and a corpse stood up from inside. The moment the corpse appeared, the sky and earth began to crumble. Even Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. It was a terrifying corpse. It was definitely a terrifying saint. Not good, I have to attack. He shot out millions of sword chi and slashed forward. Buzz! The ancient corpse waved its hand, and the millions of sword chi were all grasped in its hand. It then formed a light ball. It was too terrifying. This ancient corpse was very dangerous. It should be Diling's greatest trump card. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't act rashly. Diling looked up and laughed. Ha 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 ha, kid. No matter how strong you are, can you beat my trump card? His face was ferocious. He had to torture Lin Xian to death to vent his anger. Lin Xian said coldly, "No matter how strong you are, it's the corpse that's strong, not your strength. What's there to be arrogant about? But this corpse is mine. It listens to my command. Of course, this is part of my strength. Kid, don't be so stubborn. Trump cards are also a kind of strength. I have them, and you don't. So you're dead." Go and kill him. Di Ling said coldly. The corpse's eyes shone with a cold light. It pushed its hand forward, and millions of sword chi formed a light ball and blasted it out. Instantly it flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. His body swayed, and he instantly dodged. The millions of sword chi exploded together, piercing through half the sky. Lin Xian activated the Qilin Phantom and used the Great Destruction Spear. He killed a bloody path through the millions of sword chi. His face was incomparably cold. Di Ling sneered. Did you see that? You can't block a casual attack. Next, you'll definitely die. The ancient saint corpse attacked again. It waved its withered claws gently, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction Spear and hit the corpse. There was a clanging sound, but it didn't penetrate the corpse at all. The palm paused for a moment, and then it fell mercilessly. Lin Xian felt a huge pressure and kept retreating, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Looking at the other party's appearance, it was a corpse. The Taiji art couldn't take away the other party's life. Techniques were useless against a dead person. Moreover, Di Ling was on full defense now. It would be difficult to hurt the other party with techniques. Chapter 3681. Stellar Transposition. Lin Xian shouted, and this force was used on the ancient corpse's hand. The ancient corpse's palm deviated from its direction, and with a bang it fell beside him. The air wave brought about by the impact sent him flying. Lin Xian's qi and blood were boiling, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth again. So terrifying! Just the aftermath of the energy was enough to injure him. If this palm hit him, even with his physique, he would be injured. Ha ha, kid, now you know how powerful I am. You want to contend against me with the likes of you? Seeing this scene, Di Ling looked up to the sky and laughed, as if victory was in his hands. You won the first place in the first 2 rounds because there was a limit. Otherwise, do you think you can be so arrogant in front of me? I can easily trample you under my feet. Di Ling said again. At the same time, the ancient corpse threw a few more palms, and Lin Xian kept dodging. If he didn't have many divine abilities, it would be difficult for him to resist. In the end, Lin Xian was also angry. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? You're still far from being able to compete with trump cards. Kid, are you still so stubborn when you're about to die? If you really have a trump card, then show it and let me see. Let me tell you, this corpse's origin is mysterious, and it's not something you can imagine. Even if you take out a sacred weapon, you can't suppress him. Indeed, Di Ling had infinite confidence. When he was in the heaven-reaching tower, he could compete with a minor saint with the ancient corpse. He didn't believe that the other party could compete with such an existence. You'll see. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but he formed a seal with his palm. Come out. He mobilized the great dragon, Sword Soul. With a roar, it flew out from his body, turned into a dragon-shaped sword light and slashed out. This sword strike was earth-shattering, and everything in the world lost its brilliance. What is this? Di Ling was completely frozen in place, as if he was struck by lightning. This power was too terrifying, and he couldn't react at all. The ancient corpse also roared anxiously and stood up from the coffin. It wanted to fight back. However, the sword light was too fast, and it slashed on its body. With a bang, it was directly sent flying with the coffin. Ah! The ancient corpse roared towards the sky, its voice incomparably miserable. Not good. Di Ling came back to his senses and looked behind him. In the next moment, his face turned pale and he almost fell to the ground. Injured. How could this be? The ancient saint's corpse was actually injured. A crack had appeared on its body, almost splitting it in half. Di Ling couldn't believe it. He felt as if he was dreaming. He knew very well just how terrifying the corpse of an ancient sage was. Even if it were to fight with a minor god, it wouldn't be a problem at all. What did this mean? This meant that there was a minor saint living in his body. That was why he dared to peek at Hundred Eyes Sage's battle. After all, he had the ancient sage corpse with him, so there was no need for him to fear the other party. But now his greatest support was actually injured. Moreover, he was injured by a sword shadow. This was truly inconceivable. What kind of sword was that? He stared at the light and realized that it was an ancient green sword. It was like a real dragon had transformed into a sword light. What the hell was that? He was dumbfounded. Just as he was in a daze, the green dragon sword attacked again. Another sword strike directly cut off one of the ancient corpse's arms. The ancient saint's corpse roared towards the sky. Di Ling was scared out of his wits and didn't dare to be careless anymore. Come back! With a wave of his hand, the ancient saint's corpse entered the bronze coffin. With a bang, the coffin closed. Then he and the bronze coffin merged into one and quickly fled into the distance. Di Ling, the insufferably arrogant Di Ling, had directly fled. Moreover, he had fled in fear. If anyone else saw this scene, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Di Ling was the hope of winning the championship, but he still lost to Lin Xian in a battle without any restrictions. He ran quite fast. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his face gloomy. He withdrew the great dragon sword soul and didn't chase after him. That was because Di Ling's speed was too fast. Even if he chased after him, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up. If he chased him for 8 to 10 days, it wouldn't be worth it. It was better to get first place in the third round first. He didn't forget that the reward for first place was a leaf of enlightenment tea. This leaf had an incomparable effect on his comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. He needed to recover first. The previous battle had injured him. After all, both the ancient saint's corpse and the white-eyed ancient saint were a great threat to him. As for Di Ling, if he didn't have the ancient saint's corpse, it would be very easy for him to kill him. His body swayed, and he directly went tens of thousands of meters underground. He formed a formation and began to recover. He had a lot of natural resources. Thus he was able to recover from his injuries in just half a day. However, he didn't come out, but frowned and started to recall the battle. There was nothing to say about the battle with the ancient saint's corpse. That was the corpse of an ancient saint. Even if it was dead, it was still very powerful. However, the battle with the hundred-eyed ancient saint had benefited him greatly. That was because he rarely fought with people with eye techniques. Even if he did, their eye techniques were not as good as his. But today he had persevered until he obtained a powerful eye technique. The hundred-eyed beast saint had too many eyes, and his eye technique was unpredictable. Although the power of each eye technique was not as strong as the heavenly secret divine eyes, it was still very strong. Although its individual eye technique wasn't as strong as the heavenly secret divine eye, there are so many of them, and their combined power was even stronger than the heavenly secret divine eye. Especially the eye of the heavenly wind, the blue light blade was too powerful. In addition, the ancient saint's right eye was able to create a giant purple ghost-faced door. Its defense was so strong that it shocked him. His dragon-shaped sword intent was not able to completely break it, but only wounded it. Furthermore, the ancient saint's other eyes had not been used yet. What kind of remarkable ability did they have? I wonder if my heavenly secret god eyes are able to perform such a divine ability? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He also had a strong defense, and he also had a remarkable ability to summon the heroic spirit. In fact, he also had powerful attacks, but they were all scattered. If he could fuse them into his eyes, he would be able to unleash them. It would be even more surprising when he killed the enemy. My heavenly secret divine eyes should be very powerful and have unparalleled potential. Besides, I also have the dragon sword spirit. If I combine them, will I be able to evolve the ancient saint's ability? Lin Xian had an idea. His heavenly secret divine eyes were extremely mysterious, and the dragon sword spirit could evolve anything. He was looking forward to the combination of the two. Following this, he began to try. When the power of the dragon sword spirit merged with his eyes, Lin Xian could feel a mysterious aura intertwining. It was working. He was overjoyed as he knew that his idea was very likely to be correct. Of course, he did not dare to act rashly. After all, he had never heard of anyone doing this before. Lin Xian was crossing the river by feeling his way. Chapter 3682. After trying it out, Lin Xian used his heavenly secret godly eyes and the dragon sword spirit to produce some golden light blades. This was an imitation of the eye of the heavenly peak. These light blades were also unparalleled and carried an indomitable aura. Then he combined it with the spirit summoning curse and used his eye technique to summon some powerful, heroic spirits. He even combined the Qilin tattoo, the eye technique, and the dragon sword spirit to form a black Qilin shield. It was indeed effective. Lin Xian tried it a few times and found that the initial effect was very satisfactory. I created this eye technique myself, and it doesn't completely belong to the heavenly secret prodigy. I have to give it a new name. Lin Xian thought for a while, and his lips curled into a smile. Evolving all things. I'll call it the Eyes of All Changes. Great. With the Eyes of All Changes, Lin Xian would be able to handle the 100-eyed demon sage more easily in the future. In fact, he was eager to fight the 100-eyed demon saint again. He wanted to dig out more eye techniques. With a shift of his figure, he rushed out and looked around. The next moment, he was surprised to see that the silver light was still there. As expected, he saw that although the silver light had dimmed in the distance, it had not completely dissipated. It was the silver light that had lured the 100-eyed demon sage away. He wondered what it was. He might as well go and take a look. Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew toward the silver light. Above a mountain peak, multicolored light shot out in endless streaks. The great Tao was useless, a few giant creatures occupying this place. One of them was a majestic golden lion with a towering demonic aura. Obviously, it was a powerful beast. On the other side was a giant purple elephant with 3 heads and tusks. It had a pair of ferocious wings. On top of a mountain, next to it, was another giant creature. It was a giant python. It was so huge that its body covered the mountain. Its giant head was bigger than a valley. Its aura was no weaker than the other 2. The 3 powerful beasts were circling in the silver light. And standing opposite the 3 great demons was a girl, a purple-haired girl. This purple-haired girl was very beautiful. It could even be said that she was extremely beautiful and had an ethereal temperament. Such a beautiful girl was fearless in the face of 3 monstrous demons. She even had a faint smile on her face. She played with her hair with one hand and said indifferently, "Are the 3 of you really going to attack me? You have to think about the consequences. Junior, don't go too far. We've been guarding this silver fir xian wood for thousands of years. Now that it's matured, do you think you can just pluck it away?" The golden lion said coldly, its voice shaking the 9 heavens. "Leave your things behind and leave quickly. We won't hurt you." On the other side, the 3 giant elephants had the same cold voice. The giant python coiled around the mountain peak let out a ferocious roar. "If you dare to spout any more nonsense, I'll eat you. If you dared to make a move, you would have done so long ago. Do you still need to threaten me?" The purple-haired girl's lips curled up in disdain. "I'm going to take it. Even if you don't want to, you have to. I advise you to leave obediently. You can even form a good karma. Who knows? You might need my help in the future." As she spoke, she looked around and looked to the side. "You big centipede, hurry up and leave." "What? Do you want to take advantage of me?" "Humph." Not far away, a figure snorted coldly. It was the 100-eyed demon saint. His true form was indeed a centipede. The 100-eyed demon saint was usually an arrogant person, but in front of the purple-haired girl, he did not dare to act rashly. "You can take it, but you can't take it completely. Everyone has a share. You have to give me a share." The 100-eyed demon saint said coldly, "Give you a share? You, stinky centipede. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The purple-haired girl was not afraid of the powerful 100-eyed demon saint. "In that case, don't blame me for taking action. The 100 eyes on the 100-eyed demon saint's body emitted a demonic light. It was obvious that he could not take it anymore. It's not like we haven't fought before. Are you a match for me? The purple-haired girl shook her head slightly. It won't do any good if we continue fighting. As she spoke, she suddenly frowned and revealed a look of surprise. Someone else was coming. Not only her, but the 100-eyed demon saint also turned his head to look. The 3 demons were also stunned. Was there anyone else who didn't know what was good for them and dared to come? It's him, that kid. The 100-eyed demon saint suddenly raised his disdain. What an idiot. Naturally, he saw that the person was Lin Xian through his eye technique. One of the heads of the 3 giant elephants raised its head to the sky and roared. Its trunk made a circle, and the sky and earth began to spin. In the distance, Lin Xian came nearby and felt a few powerful auras. He carefully prepared to hide his body. However, at that moment, he realized that the wind and clouds around him had changed, and the world had turned upside down. Oh no, I've been discovered. Before he could do anything, he was directly swept over. In the next moment, he arrived nearby and was wrapped in a silver light. As soon as he appeared, his body swayed, but he quickly stabilized himself. Demon saints, and there were 3 of them. What a powerful demon aura. Lin Xian held his breath. Then he realized that there was a human girl. The 100-eyed demon saint was also here. Reckless kid, is this a place where you can come? The 100-eyed demon saint had a look of disdain. The giant python in front of him snorted coldly. Since he was an ant, he should die. He realized that Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the 3rd firmament. Even the girl in purple frowned slightly. Would someone with such a cultivation dare to come here? The giant python opened its mouth and swept over like a vortex, completely enveloping the world. Lin Xian felt a powerful force trying to drag him into the giant python. He snorted coldly, and his body shone brightly as he threw out a punch. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The force was immediately dispersed by him. I saw the phenomenon of heaven and earth, so I came to take a look. If I'm disturbed, I'll leave. Why do you want to eat me? Lin Xian said coldly. This scene stunned the 3 demons. The girl in purple also covered her mouth and chuckled. Interesting. You're only at the 3rd firmament, but your strength is so strong. You're very surprising. Lin Xian glanced at her and smiled. The fairy was even more impressive. She was able to fight against 3 greater demons by herself without any fear. And from the looks of it, you must have obtained a treasure. The aura on your body is too strong. Kid, you have sharp eyes. Why? Do you want to steal my treasure too? The girl in purple suddenly smiled. Her smile made the world lose its color. Even Lin Xian was stunned. What a beautiful girl. Soon he came back to his senses. Forget it. Since the treasure has an owner, why would I interfere? Goodbye. He turned and left. Come and go as you please. Where do you think this is? The golden lion said coldly. The golden light on his body was like the sun, with an unparalleled aura. Chapter 3683. What do you want then? Lin Xian turned his head and faced the few great demons. He was still fearless. Lin Xian's attitude completely angered the 3 great beasts. The purple-haired girl was not afraid of them because of her extraordinary status. Even they had to be wary of her. But this human boy, what right did he have? How dare a mere 3rd heaven sage be so arrogant in front of them? He was courting death. The 3 great demons were enraged. They wanted to attack, their holy might overflowing into the sky. The 100-eyed beast sage said, "Why do you need to deal with such a piece of trash? I'll do it." He knew the 3 great beasts. After all, he was a native of the East Spirit Realm and went to the 1,000 Beast City later. The 3 great beasts nodded. The 100 Eyes demonic saint was their junior. It would be best if the 100 Eyes demonic saint took action. The 3 of them should think about how to deal with the purple-haired girl. Kid, I spared your life last time. How dare you come here again? In that case, go to hell. I told you your eye is mine. The 100-eyed beast sage walked over and stared at Lin Xian. You spared my life? How dare you say that? You didn't get the upper hand last time. Lin Xian snorted in disdain. The 100-eyed beast sage gritted his teeth at the mention of this. Indeed, he had used several eye techniques, but failed to do anything to Lin Xian. Instead, he injured his right eye. If this were to spread, he would be humiliated. Damn kid, go to hell. The eye of heavenly wind twitched and turned into a blue light. The ghost eye spread and summoned ghosts. The other eye techniques were also used. Divine abilities that blotted out the sky and covered the earth enveloped Lin Xian. The three great beasts nodded slightly. Not bad. The 100-eyed beast sage has grown to this level. More importantly, he was less than 2,000 years old. He had a bright future. Is this kid okay? The purple-haired girl was confused. Can this human boy block so many eye techniques? Buzz. Faced with such a terrifying eye technique attack, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. On the contrary, his lips curled into a sneer. Forming a series of hand seals, a golden light flickered in his eyes. Divine eyes, myriad transformation eyes. The light continued to revolve as the power of the great dragon's sword spirit poured into his eyes. A golden light blade flew out and collided with Tian Feng Yan's light blade. The two collided in the sky. On the other side, Lin Xian's left eye spun and opened. A golden vortex appeared, and a horse carrying a headless rider rushed out. This time the headless eccentric warrior's body shone with golden light, and two pairs of wings grew out of its back. It carried the aura of the Tao of Dragons. This was an enhanced version of the Headless Horseman. Its power was even more terrifying than before. As soon as he appeared, his spear trembled violently, sending the surrounding specters flying. His powerful strength caused everyone's expressions to change. He actually blocked it. That was too inconceivable. The three great demons were astonished. They knew how powerful the 100-eyed demon overlord's eye technique was. But now, this human youth in the third firmament was able to block it. There was a difference of 2 heavens between the two of them. How did he do it? The purple-haired girl's face was also filled with shock. Interesting. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Huh. She shouted and wanted to leave. If you want to leave, stay. The 3 great demons were furious and frantically tried to stop her. I'm not afraid of you. The purple-haired girl waved her hand and shot out a 7-colored light to resist. The 2 of them fought fiercely, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. On the other side, Lin Xian blocked the 100-eyed demon overlord's attack. The 100-eyed demon overlord was extremely shocked. How could it be? It had only been a few days since they last met. How could his eye technique have improved to such a level? Furthermore, why did the man's move look so similar to his eye technique? He could use many eye techniques because he had many eyes. His opponent only had 1 pair of eyes. How could he use so many eye techniques? That was great. It was more powerful than before. Lin Xian was also very satisfied with this. He said, "What else do you have? Show me. If not, I'm going to fight back." Damn kid, don't be so arrogant. The 100-eyed demon overlord was completely enraged. A 3rd firmament and dared to provoke him. It was intolerable. With a roar, a raging fire appeared in his left eye and floated out. Go to hell. As soon as the fire appeared, the heavens and the earth shook violently. The void in the sky was also ignited. I don't believe that I can't burn you to death. This was not an ordinary fire. It was the 3 essences' true fire, which was extremely powerful. Facing this kind of fire, even a 5th firmament saint would not dare to casually try it, let alone a 3rd firmament saint. Although his opponent's eye technique was strange, his defense was far weaker than his. There was no way he could block the 3 essences' true fire. Fire? Lin Xian laughed. Although he could feel the power of the fire, he was not afraid. Instead, he went up to meet it. His body was bathed in the fire. Come, what the 9 Yang divine body needed the most was all kinds of strange flames. These flames could temper his body and make his physique one step closer. Is this kid crazy? The 100-eyed demon overlord thought that his opponent was an idiot who came to die. However, after watching for a while, he realized that his opponent was using his 3 essences, true fire, to cultivate. Damn it, what does he think I am? A sparring machine? Burn! The eye technique in his left eye rotated and the 3 essences, true fire, increased. It covered the sky and earth, forming a furnace that wanted to refine Lin Xian completely. Lin Xian's divine body glowed as he absorbed and used this power. Is he angry? He could feel his god body shivering. Some parts of his body even had cracks with blood oozing out. However, he did not care. It was good. He could use this opportunity to break through his divine body. Lin Xian's eyes glowed. He formed a seal with his palms and absorbed with all his might. At the same time, various eye techniques appeared in his eyes. He used the myriad transformation eyes to resist the 100-eyed demon overlord. The 100-eyed demon overlord was so angry that he shouted, "Damn kid, you've completely angered me." The vertical eye between his eyebrows suddenly trembled. The sound of thunder could be heard. Lin Xian frowned. He did not continue to refine his body. Instead, he retreated from the 3 essences, true fire, as if he was facing a great enemy. That eye was so terrifying. Just a twitch of it made his hair stand on end. Kid, you've completely angered me. I'll kill you. The 100-eyed demon overlord's expression was ferocious. Although he still had many eye techniques, he did not plan to use them. He wanted to use the most powerful one to kill his opponent. The eye between his eyebrows was very powerful. Once it appeared, a 5th heaven saint would not be his opponent. It could even threaten a small saint. He did not believe that his opponent could block it this time. Chapter 3684. No, I can't let him open his eyes. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. He flipped his hand and the killer Saint Peak appeared in his hand. Go, Lin Xian ordered. The killer Saint Peak turned into a streak of golden light and charged forward. Ah, a miserable cry was heard. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? Although the 100-eyed demon sage's eye was terrifying, it would take some time for it to open. At this moment, before he could open his eyes, his left eye had been attacked. A streak of golden light pierced his eye. Fortunately, he had closed his eye at the critical moment, but it still pierced his eye a little. He felt a piercing pain. What is that? He kept attacking with the eye of heavenly wind and sent the golden light flying. He saw that it was a bee. Damn it! The 100-eyed demon sage was furious. He had been ambushed. He felt a burning pain in his left eye and could not open it at all. Blood even flowed out. I'm injured. I'm injured again. His right eye had been injured by the sword Qi, and now his left eye was injured as well. Both eyes were closed and bleeding. If he did not have hundreds of eyes, he would have been blinded by his opponent. Damn you, kid. Just you wait. I won't let you go. The 100-eyed demon sage roared and charged into the sky. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. The next time we meet, it won't be as simple as an eye injury. He recalled the killer Saint Peak. Then, Lin Xian turned and looked into the distance. The battle in the distance was very intense. The 3 great monsters attacked, trying to stop the woman in purple. The purple-haired woman's strength was surprisingly strong. Even under the joint attack of the 3 great demons, she was still able to handle them with ease. Although she did not attack aggressively, Lin Xian was greatly surprised by her body technique. What a strange body technique. She managed to dodge so many attacks. Who is this woman? He was really curious. At this moment, the giant python finally could not take it anymore. It roared and bit at the woman in purple as if it could swallow the sky. The golden lion and the 3 giant elephants made their moves too, unleashing their peerless martial arts. I won't play with you anymore, the woman in purple shouted. A pair of almost transparent wings appeared on her back. With a gentle flap, she tore through the void. In the next moment, she appeared in front of Lin Xian. Go! She grabbed Lin Xian with one hand, and the wings on her back flapped again. Then she disappeared. When Lin Xian came to his senses, he realized that she was completely out of the mountain range. The surrounding water gurgled, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. The figures of the three great demons had long disappeared. There was only the beautiful woman in purple was the woman. Hey, what are you looking at? Are you stunned? How are you going to repay your savior? The woman in purple smiled. Lin Xian came back to his senses. This woman was too fast. Is that spatial divine space? It didn't seem like it, but its speed wasn't any slower than a spatial god art. How? Lin Xian asked. Brat, are you trying to trick me? My name is Li Hongxiu. Is she from the Li family? Lin Xian was surprised. He had never heard of such a powerful Li family. Moreover, he had a feeling that this woman was not human. However, it was their first time meeting, so it was not appropriate for him to ask too much. Which family are you from? I see that you are quite strong. You dare to fight against the 100-eyed demon overlord at the third heaven. My name is Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi? What a name! Li Hongxiu's eyes widened. You are too arrogant. How dare you call yourself invincible? That's not your real name. Lin Xian smiled. Li Hongxiu, that's not your real name either. You are quite smart. That's right, Li Hongxiu is the name I came up with. Lin Wudi, I came up with it myself. You are getting more and more to my liking. Li Hongxiu smiled. In the following conversation, Lin Xian briefly explained his mission and situation. At the same time, he also found out that Li Hongxiu was not a disciple of the Holy City. She was not here to participate in the trial. She was bored and wanted to have some fun here. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Looking for fun in such a dangerous place? I have to say she is really bold. You can continue looking for fun. I don't have time to play with you. I have to find the East Spirit Stone. Lin Xian calculated the time. He had to leave quickly. East Spirit Stone? Since I have nothing to do, why don't I accompany you? Then the two of them went on their way. On the other side, Di Ling's face was extremely gloomy. He had escaped from Lin Xian and arrived at a safe place. First, he healed his injuries. Then, when he spat out the bronze coffin again and saw the ancient corpse inside, his handsome face became extremely distorted. The sword marks on the ancient corpse had not disappeared. Damn it! He could only use all his strength to heal it. He had no choice. This was his biggest reliance. He could not let anything happen to it. Di Ling's physique was very special. From his name, it could be seen that it was like a cemetery that could nourish corpses. Therefore, he put the ancient corpse into the bronze coffin again and swallowed the bronze coffin into his stomach. He began to use his body's bloodline to heal the ancient corpse. Finally, he paid a huge price and swallowed countless treasures to heal the ancient corpse. Damn brat, I won't forgive you. Di Ling opened his eyes. There was a look of vengeance in his eyes. He wanted to immediately go back and kill Lin Xian. However, he knew that it was useless. He could not act rashly. Lin Xian had a very strong trump card. He had to think of a way to secretly kill Lin Xian. He was disdainful before, but now he was no match for Lin Xian. Subconsciously, he did not dare to confront Lin Xian directly. This showed that he was completely afraid of Lin Xian. However, the murderous intent in his heart did not weaken at all. Instead, it grew stronger. If I can't kill you directly, then I'll use other methods. I don't believe that you can withstand it. He closed his eyes again and began to prepare to refine something. It was a kind of poison that he had refined from the ancient corpse. It was called ancient corpse poison. This kind of poison was very terrifying. Moreover, the ancient corpse in his hand was obviously very strong. Therefore, the poison in its body was also very strong. Finally, after spending a lot of effort, he was able to refine it. He carefully put it in a black gourd, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Brat, let's see how you're going to die." His figure flashed, and he disappeared into the void. Di Ling shuttled through the mountain forest. He formed a seal with one hand and began to search for Lin Xian. He did not know where Lin Xian was, but last time he fought with Lin Xian, he left some of the ancient corpse's aura on Lin Xian's body. Although it was very weak, he could find the connection if he used all his strength. Sure enough, not long after, he sneered. He found it. He could not help but speed up. Chapter 3685. 3 days later, he finally landed on a mountain peak. Standing at the peak of the mountain, Di Ling looked into the distance. Tens of thousands of miles away was Lin Xian. He did not get too close. There was someone else beside him. It was not Xinjingqiu. Di Ling was a little surprised. He noticed that there was a girl beside Lin Xian. She was a purple-haired girl who was extremely beautiful. She was someone he had never seen before. "No matter who you are, since you're with that kid, you should go to hell with him." The murderous intent in Di Ling's eyes appeared again. He took out the black gourd and clenched his fist. With a flicker of his body, he executed a secret technique and began to move stealthily. In front of him, under an ancient tree, Lin Xian and Li Hongxiu sat there to rest. They had already obtained the 6th piece and were 3 more pieces away from completing the mission. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Li Hongxiu said, "So you're from Wushuang City." Wushuang City was not a bad place. The two of them chatted. Suddenly, they frowned at the same time and turned to look into the distance. Someone was there. "Humph," Li Hongxiu sneered. "Someone dares to follow me." Lin Xian also frowned, and a trace of golden light appeared in his eyes. "Di Ling, that guy still dared to come?" He stood up and said, "He's coming for me." Was he exposed? Di Ling frowned. He did not have much hope. He knew that Lin Xian's eye technique was very powerful. Buzz! He stopped and threw out the black gourd. "Kid, go to hell!" The black gourd streaked across the sky like black lightning and attacked Lin Xian and Li Hongxiu. Lin Xian frowned. What is Di Ling doing? Why is he attacking from so far away? He felt that something was not right. However, before he could say anything, Li Hongxiu snorted and threw out a palm strike. The 7-colored law slashed down like a sharp knife. It hit the black gourd. With a clang, the black gourd was split in half. I thought it was an expression. I didn't expect it to be a broken gourd. Li Hongxiu curled her lips in disdain. However, in the next moment, her expression changed. Lin Xian also frowned. "Not good. Retreat quickly." The two of them quickly retreated, but it was too late. A green mist appeared from the black gourd and flew towards them. In an instant, it enveloped them. "Damn it, this is poison. Hurry up and defend yourself." Lin Xian roared. It didn't take long for the poisonous mist to seep into his body, weakening his strength. His internal organs were on the verge of being infected. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. What kind of poison was this? It was too terrifying. His god body couldn't withstand it. He instantly stopped. Then he quickly circulated the great dragon sword soul to attack his body. They turned into streaks of sword chi to destroy the poisonous gas. On the other side, Li Hongxiu also felt the poisonous gas entering her body. She also came to a halt. Damn it! It was corpse poison, and it was the poison of an ancient sage corpse. How dare you plot against me? She was furious. In the distance, when Di Ling saw this, he raised his head to the sky and laughed. "Ha, success! From the looks of it, they must have been poisoned. Once they were poisoned, they couldn't resist at all. It wouldn't be long before they turned into a pool of blood." Thinking of this, he proudly strode forward. In a few steps, he arrived nearby. Seeing the two of them struggling in the green, poisonous mist with black faces, Di Ling laughed even more happily. Lin Xian said as he used the great dragon sword soul to expel the poison, "This person came for me. I didn't expect to implicate you. How are you? Are you okay?" I'll help you after I expel the poison. Unexpectedly, Li Hongxiu said, No, I was worried about you. Since you're fine, I don't have to worry about you. Don't worry. I'll help you deal with this person. Li Hongxiu shouted. The 5-colored light in her body burst out and directly expelled the poison. Boom! Li Hongxiu exploded. Like a peerless goddess, she slapped her jade-like hand forward. In an instant, it enveloped Di Ling. To be honest, Di Ling didn't expect this woman to be able to fight back. In his opinion, the two of them were definitely going to die, so he didn't think of defending at all. With a boom, he was sent flying. With a miserable cry, he was sent flying while spurting blood. Damn it! Di Ling roared and rushed over. He wanted to attack, but he was slapped to the ground. Li Hongxiu's strength was beyond his imagination. Di Ling staggered and fell to the ground. Half of his body was broken. His face was full of horror. Lin Xian was also stunned. Damn, this girl is so strong. To be honest, he didn't expect this. One had to know that even though he didn't place the Imperial Mausoleum in his eyes, it wouldn't be that easy to defeat the Imperial Mausoleum. At least, it was impossible to defeat him in a few moves. However, Li Hongxiu did it easily. This woman was too terrifying. Even Di Ling found her. Damn it! With a roar, he turned around and fled. Anyway, Lin Xian was already poisoned. It was useless for him to stay here. Moreover, the woman in front of him was too terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. He even felt that this woman was more terrifying than the 100-eyed demon sage. You take your time to expel the poison. I'll go after him. He dared to trick me. I'll make him pay the price. Li Hongxiu said in a low voice. Her body turned into a stream of 7-colored light and rushed out instantly. Not long after, Ling's scream could be heard from afar. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Di Ling opened his mouth and spat out a coffin. The corpse of the ancient sage rushed out from the coffin. So what if the opponent was strong? Could it be that the opponent was a minor saint? As long as it wasn't a minor saint, he could fight back. Although summoning the corpse of the ancient sage put a lot of pressure on him, he couldn't care less. You still have the corpse of the ancient sage? But do you think you can do anything to me? Li Hongxiu attacked aggressively. The corpse of the ancient sage was forced to retreat. Many handprints appeared on the corpse's powerful body. Di Ling was going crazy. Who is she? She's too terrifying. The corpse of the ancient sage could fight against a minor saint. Run. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He rode the bronze coffin and quickly fled. Li Hongxiu attacked again. On the other side, although Lin Xian was poisoned, the great dragon sword spirit was very powerful. It quickly eliminated the poison. Then, his body was covered with dragon-shaped sword qi. He walked out of the green poison mist. Damn it! Di Ling was so insidious. Lin Xian's face turned cold as well. Even a saint of the 5th heaven would die from this poison. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword spirit. But Di Ling's fate must be very miserable. With Li Hongxiu chasing after him, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. He opened the great sage pagoda and took out the heavenly Luo umbrella. The soul mark on the heavenly Luo umbrella had been removed by the starry flame. He put his own mark on it. Then he activated the heavenly Luo umbrella and collected all the poison. Although half of it had been consumed, there was still half left. It was enough. It was also a great weapon for Lin Xian. Chapter 3686. It was a blessing in disguise. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Let's go. He was not worried about Li Hongxiu. That girl was much scarier than him. She would probably be able to deal with a real small saint. Lin Xian went on his way again, looking for the 7th Eastern Spirit Stone. At this moment in the rain, Shen Jingqiu stood there with a solemn expression. Around her, there were many sages. There were demonic beasts, humans, and even killing intent in the void from time to time. It seemed that she was being besieged. Girl, hand over the treasures on you, and I can spare your life. You're quite pretty. Accompany me for a year. I happen to be lacking a cauldron. You can follow me. A few sneers were heard. They stared at Shin Jingqiu, their eyes burning. Such a peerless beauty was definitely rare. Shin Jingqiu snorted coldly. Her exquisite face was covered with ice. She did not say anything, but decisively made her move. A purple cloud appeared on her body, carrying the law. It was very small. At the same time, her jade-like hands formed a seal. On her palm, the purple aura became stronger and stronger, like a purple sun. This was a great ability, called the Purple Light Dao Flower. You still want to fight? Take her down, and we'll enjoy it together. One of them shouted angrily. Lightning surged on his body to resist the Purple Light Dao Flower. At the same time, there were two demon saints. With their strong physiques, they fought the purple cloud. A sonorous sound rang out, and the battle erupted. Although she was being besieged, Shen Jingqiu did not fall into a disadvantage for a while. The surrounding people were shocked. It seemed that she was a genius. So what? One of them sneered. Terrifying flames bloomed on his body. This was a fiery divine bird with a human head. The flames on his body were very terrifying. He slapped out with his claws, carrying monstrous flames that covered a part of the world. Shin Jingqiu shouted. She pushed her jade-like hand forward. The law on it was incomparable. She was going to face the opponent's flame head-on. At the same time, she pulled out a sunrise sword with her left hand and slashed in all directions. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled and the void collapsed. Those people were unable to succeed for a while. There were even a few sages who were sent flying. The scene was very shocking. Damn it. At this time, a ray of light shone in the sky, piercing towards Shin Jingqiu's back. Shin Jingqiu felt cold all over. Not good. She quickly dodged, but the dagger still pierced her shoulder. Fresh blood flowed out, dyeing her long dress red. There was a killer. Shin Jingqiu hurriedly sealed her wound and was extremely vigilant at the same time. She didn't expect that there would be assassins hiding in the void. That's great. This little girl is injured. Let's see how she's going to fight now. These people were sinister as they took action again. These people carried the laws of heaven and earth as they continuously attacked. Even the hidden assassins attacked again. Shin Jingqiu shouted and activated her spirit body. Purple light burst out from her eyes, and her body was also covered in a layer of radiance. The energy from all directions quickly surged into her body, and her cultivation continued to soar. In an instant, he had reached the fourth heavenly layer, and it was still increasing. It even showed signs of increasing towards the fifth heaven. Damn it, what's going on? There's something wrong with this woman. Quickly stop her. She's using a secret technique. The surrounding sages went crazy. They had never seen this kind of cultivation increase in their lives. In the sky, two rays of sword light slashed onto Shin Jingqiu's body, causing Shin Jingqiu to retreat. Only then did she stop the increase in her cultivation. Now, she had reached the late stage of the fourth heavenly layer. Just this cultivation alone was the same as dealing. This made the surrounding people's hair stand on end. It's too scary. Fortunately, we have more people and can join forces to take her down. We must find out the secret of this sudden increase in cultivation. These people's eyes were red. If they could master this kind of magical power, who would be their opponent in future battles? Shin Jingqiu shouted. After her cultivation increased, her strength increased a lot. So with one palm, she sent the two sages flying and their bodies exploded. For a moment, the surrounding people were terrified. However, Shen Jingqiu wasn't too happy because the two assassins hiding in the dark were really too strange. It was impossible for her to guard against them. If it weren't for these two assassins, she would have defeated the surrounding people long ago. Another sword came at her from a strange angle, aiming for her neck. Shen Jingqiu shouted and slapped out with her palm, dodging quickly at the same time. The sword missed and her palm also missed. That assassin's movement technique was too strange. However, her cultivation had increased after all. Just her aura alone was enough to send that assassin flying. Blood flowed down from the sky, but Shin Jingqiu's situation wasn't optimistic either. The other assassin also attacked suddenly, leaving another wound on her body. Lin Xian had been rushing. The seventh East Spirit Stone should be in front of him. He was a little excited. However, at this moment, his brows suddenly twitched. There were sounds of fighting, and there were quite a few people. He used his magical power and looked forward. In the next moment, he was stunned, and his face completely darkened. With a roar, he turned into a peerless sword light and rushed over. "Little girl, you can't hold on any longer, right? Be a good girl and surrender. You can suffer less. Don't struggle. Although you have a secret technique, you're no match for so many of us. Moreover, there are assassins in the dark. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Don't worry, when we catch you later, we won't torture you. We'll take good care of you." These people laughed out loud. However, just as they finished laughing, their heads exploded. Blood splattered on the faces of the surrounding people. Who was it? The surrounding people screamed crazily, and the hair on their bodies stood on end. Shin Jingqiu was also stunned. Did someone come to save her? In the next moment, she saw a figure appear in front of her. That person's body was covered in a monstrous golden light, and his eyes were filled with piercing, killing intent. He punched out and directly smashed a sage into pieces. The surrounding people's expressions all changed. Who was this person? Wasn't he too strong? Big Brother Lin. Shin Jingqiu exhaled and heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. The person who came was indeed Lin Xian. He was here to look for the East Spirit Stone, but he did not expect to encounter Shin Jingqiu and be besieged. Therefore, he came over to kill her. It turned out that he was this woman's companion. Kill him! The surrounding people roared crazily and rushed forward. All of you must die. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He attacked wildly, and every attack injured someone. These sages frantically retreated. No, he's too strong. Damn it, who is this kid? Retreat quickly. These people looked terrified. Then, at this moment, a ray of light lit up in the sky and pierced towards Lin Xian's back. Oh no, be careful, Big Brother Lin. There's an assassin. Shin Jingqiu screamed. However, it was already too late. The surrounding people sneered. Great, let this kid die. Chapter 3687. Once he's injured, I'll capture him and chop him into pieces. I'll make him wish he was dead. These people clutched at their wounds, their faces filled with malevolence. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. Are there assassins? No wonder Qiu was injured. These assassins were too strange. Even he hadn't noticed them before. However, it wasn't that easy to kill him. He didn't even turn back. He continued to pursue the saints in front of him. Is this kid an idiot? Hurry up and kill him. The people in front kept retreating. At the same time, they were extremely agitated. They had met an idiot. He didn't even dodge the assassins. Let's see how he's going to die. With a clang, a killing sword slashed onto Lin Xian's body, producing a clanging sound. However, the frightening thing was that the flying sword was sent flying. Countless sparks flew, and the void shattered. Only a white mark was left on Lin Xian's body. It didn't pierce through at all. How is this possible? What kind of physique does this kid have? The surrounding sages were all stunned. The assassin in the void seemed to be stunned as well. He paused for a moment. Lin Xian took advantage of this opportunity. He turned around and kicked. His kick was like a heavenly knife. With a crack, the assassin's body was broken in half. A pitiful groan was heard. Fresh blood spurted. The assassin screamed. However, he was very decisive. He turned into a streak of flowing light and hid in the void again. Everyone was going crazy. This person was really too scary. Such a terrifying assassin couldn't even hurt him. Instead, he was severely injured by his opponent. Suddenly, they had the intention to retreat. At this moment, something strange happened. Another assassin charged towards Shin Jingqiu. Shin Jingqiu was still agitated. She didn't defend herself. She was stabbed in the back again. She almost fell into a pool of blood. When Lin Xian saw this, he was completely enraged. He stepped in front of Shen Jingqiu and hugged Shen Jingqiu. He stopped the bleeding. At the same time, his voice was emotionless and cold. His golden eyes looked in all directions. All of you can go to hell. He lifted his hand and unleashed the heavenly Luo umbrella. It bloomed in the air and sealed off the area. At the same time, the corpse poison inside started to flow out. Not good. Run quickly. Screams rang out one after another as these people fought back madly. But very soon, screams of agony rang out. Such a terrifying poison was something they could not withstand at all. Even the two assassins were trapped. They frantically tried to break out of the encirclement using their powerful movement techniques. However, the heavenly Luo umbrella was definitely a saint artifact. It would not be so easy to break out of the encirclement. As long as they breathed in a trace of the poisonous gas, they would undoubtedly die. Sure enough, the two assassins gradually stopped attacking. In front of him, a green poisonous gas lingered in the air, as cries of agony could be heard. However, Lin Xian ignored him completely. He lowered his head to look at Shen Jingqiu and asked, "Are your injuries serious?" "Don't worry, it's just some superficial wounds. It won't hurt my foundation." Shen Jingqiu shook her head and sat down cross-legged. She swallowed a medicinal pill and began to treat her injuries. Half a day later, she recovered and stood up. She asked, "What happened to those people?" Lin Xian said that they were probably all dead. He waved his hand and put away the heavenly Luo umbrella. The remaining poison was also collected by him into the heavenly Luo umbrella. The scene in front of him appeared. 7 corpses had fallen to the ground, and only bones were left. There were also some weapons and storage rings left behind. The flesh and blood of those people had long been gone, and their souls had been killed by the poison. It was too terrifying. Shen Jingqiu was also surprised. Those were all powerful saints, but they couldn't be more dead. What kind of poison was that? Lin Xian took back all the weapons and storage rings of those people. He threw the storage rings to Shen Jingqiu. "Take it. These are your compensation. Then I won't stand on ceremony." She took them. As for the weapons, Lin Xian looked at them and found that they were useless, so he casually put them away. "Brother Lin, where are we going next?" Shen Jingqiu picked up Little White and asked. On the other side, Lin Xian also summoned the earth demon demonic rat. This guy was very familiar with this place. "Let's go and collect the East Spirit Stones." "How many pieces have you collected?" Lin Xian asked. 5 pieces. I have 7 pieces. We'll finish collecting soon." Next, the two of them went together and began to collect the East Spirit Stones. A month later, the two of them had collected all the East Spirit Stones. "That's great." Lin Xian beamed with joy. He also raised a smile. "Let's go to Dongling Mountain. We can go back. Do you think we'll be the first to arrive?" "That's for sure." Dongling Mountain was also very famous in the Eastern Spirit Realm. The two of them flew for 5 days and finally saw the mountains in front of them. The tallest one was Dongling Mountain. "I've helped you complete your task. Can you let me go?" The earth demon demonic rat asked carefully. Lin Xian was in a good mood. He said yes. "If there's a chance in the future, I can come here again." He removed the seal on the earth demon demonic rat and waved goodbye. The earth demon demonic rat also burrowed into the ground and disappeared. "Let's go. Dongling Mountain is right in front of us. We don't need anyone to show us the way." Although it was right in front of them, it was still more than 200,000 miles away. When they were about 10,000 miles away, they were stopped again. There was a group of people in front of them. There were a total of 9 people, and they all had an extremely violent aura. They lined up in a straight line like a heavenly river, blocking the path. "Who are you? Why are you blocking the way?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. "A couple?" The man opposite sneered. "Kid, You're going to Dongling Mountain, right? Seems like you're here for the assessment. Hand over the East Spirit stones obediently and get lost. We can spare your life. Robbery. Lin Xian frowned. Shen Jingqiu reminded him softly. Be careful, Brother Lin. Their aura is very unusual. Indeed, the aura on these people was very violent. Didn't you hear what I said? A tall man walked out. Kid, I advise you not to make a mistake. Do you know who we are? We're from Thunder God City. Do you think you can survive in the second astral realm after provoking us? Kneel on the ground obediently and hand over the East Spirit stones. Thunder God City. Lin Xian was stunned. Thunder God City was the same as Wushuang City. It was also a saint city. Lin Xian was no stranger to Thunder God City. When he was in the first astral realm, he had a conflict with Thunder God City. At that time, it was Lei Qianzhong who was killed by him. He didn't expect to meet people from Thunder God City again. Moreover, it was under such circumstances. This Thunder God City is really nothing. They're just doing some sneaky things. You have the nerve to call yourself a disciple of the Saint City. I think you haven't passed the assessment yet. Lin Xian sneered. What do you know, kid? We've passed the assessment long ago. We're here for the trial. The leader of the group stood out and said coldly, Kid, I just wanted you to kneel and hand over the East Spirit stones. But now I've changed my mind. Not only do you have to hand over the East Spirit stones, but you also have to leave your woman behind. Moreover, I'll teach you how to break your teeth one by one. Take him down. The moment the young man gave the order, the people beside him walked out. Chapter 3688. How dare you say that our boss is angry? Now you're dead meat. The person who walked out was a late-stage third heaven saint. He had a lightning blade on his back, and his powerful aura made people tremble. Buzz! The saint pulled out his lightning blade. With a slash of the blade, thunder rumbled in the sky, and a violent force filled the world. Lin Xian didn't care. He was just a late-stage third heaven saint. He didn't even care about a fourth heaven emperor mausoleum, not to mention these people. With a cold snort, he attacked. The golden fist and the opponent's lightning blade collided. It was as if there was a huge explosion between heaven and earth. The thunder type saint's expression changed. He felt as if a mountain had crashed into him. His blade kept trembling. Even his entire arm was trembling violently. Damn it! With a roar, thunder exploded on his body, and the law of thunder surrounded him. His heart was filled with fear. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. How could an early-stage, third heaven saint be so strong? He gathered his strength and wanted to explode again. However, the fist opposite him exploded first. Lin Xian's fist was full of power. After the first strike, the subsequent power surged forth and instantly shattered the lightning blade. Not only that, but one of the opponent's arms also exploded. With a blood-curdling scream, the lightning-type saint was sent flying. The people behind were completely stunned. Their powerhouse was defeated. He was defeated by someone whose cultivation was inferior to theirs. With such strength, you want to learn how to fight and rob others? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. Damn it, this kid is too strange. You trash! You can't even take care of an early-stage third heaven saint. The leader's face was incomparably cold. The injured person said, Boss, you can't blame me. He's really too strong. He's very strong. Very strong. Looks like he's a close combat expert. We don't need to talk about morality. Just attack him. Yes, boss. 2 more people walked out. These 2 people also had terrifying lightning on their bodies. One of them held a thunder hammer, while the other held a thunder heaven net. The 2 of them didn't say anything as they unleashed their full power. Terrifying thunder and lightning interweaved, covering the sky and covering the earth, wanting to completely envelop Lin Xian. In the face of such a terrifying lightning law, the golden light in Lin Xian's eyes exploded. It suddenly transformed into countless black Qilin runes, forming a black Qilin shield in front of him. All of the lightning bolts struck it, creating a deafening sound that sounded like 10,000 claps of thunder. The black Qilin's toughness was much tougher than expected. It blocked all the thunder attacks. Lin Xian attacked again. His golden eyes flickered with radiance, forming a vortex. Then a headless knight rushed out, sweeping in all directions. The spear directly pierced through the two of them. Like candied haws on a stick, he stared at the void. Holy blood scattered down. The two individuals screamed miserably, their expressions horrified. The people of Thunder God City behind were also completely stunned. Was the other party so strong? Was he really just an early stage, third, heavenly layer? Why did he look like a fourth heaven sage? Damn brat, who the hell are you? The young man in the lead gritted his teeth and asked. You bunch of trash don't deserve to know my name. Lin Xian's voice was cold. If you want to live, kneel down, kowtow and admit your mistakes. You're courting death. Don't be too arrogant. Attack together. The young man waved his hand, and the remaining 5 people all rushed over. Each of them was very powerful. Among them, 2 were in the late stage 3rd heavenly layer, and the remaining 3 were in the middle stage 3rd heavenly layer. Each of their cultivation was stronger than Lin Xian. At this moment, the 5 of them attacked together. How could they not take down the other party? Seeing this scene, Shen Jingqiu wanted to attack, but Lin Xian stopped her. He formed a seal with his palm, and a blue tide appeared. His eye technique attack released a green light wave that swept out. The 5 sages instantly hugged their heads and screamed. Their souls seemed to be about to explode, and they instantly lost their attacking power. Lin Xian sneered and attacked forcefully, chopping off the heads of the 5 people. Then he turned his head and stared at the person in the lead. The young man in the lead trembled and took 2 steps back. At this moment, his face was pale and he was extremely shocked. The other party instantly killed 5 sages on their side. It was too unbelievable. He said, "You're very strong. This time I admit defeat." After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. Lin Xian smiled. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the other party, blocking his path. "You want to leave just like that? Damn brat, what do you want?" The young man's face was gloomy. Lin Xian smiled. "You want to kill me, but now that you've failed, you want to escape unscathed? Do you think that's possible? Could it be that you want to attack me? Do you know who I am? I know that you're from Thunder God City. It's not like I haven't killed you before." Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. This scene made the other party's eyelids twitch wildly. This brat had killed people from Thunder God City before. Heavens, who is this person? Brat, listen carefully. I'm not from an ordinary holy city. My brother is Lei Chong. He's a top genius of Thunder God City. My brother's strength has reached level 5. It's definitely not something you can imagine. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. The young man's mouth was filled with a cold smile. His identity was indeed not ordinary. After hearing his words, the other party still didn't obediently apologize to him. However, Lin Xian said, "Oh, are you done? If you're done, you can go on your way." A sword light flashed across his hand. "Damn it, you dare." The young man's face changed wildly. How could there be such a person? Was he not afraid of his brother's revenge? He wanted to escape, but how could he be Lin Xian's opponent? He was split into 2 by the sword. His soul escaped. However, it was quickly locked onto by the heavenly secret god eyes and pulled into the locking spring and autumn. Not only him, the souls of the surrounding people were all pulled into the locking spring and autumn. They experienced 10,000 years of miserable reincarnation. Then they were completely destroyed. Brother Lin is too powerful. Shin Jingqiu cheered. At this moment, on the corpse of the leading young man, a jade pendant floated out. An extremely strong mental wave came from inside. "Who is it? How dare you kill my brother?" That soul transformed into a human face, but it had just formed. It was shattered by Lin Xian with a slap. A mere level 5. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Next, he burned all of these people's corpses and took away all of their storage rings. Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu once again headed towards Dongling Mountain. Within a cave dwelling within Dongling Mountain, a figure stood up abruptly and roared towards the heavens. Who dares to hurt my brother? I will definitely tear you into pieces. Thunder on this person's body turned into thunder beasts, bobbing up and down above his head. The people in the surrounding cave also came out and asked Senior Brother Lei Chong what's going on. These people were all from Thunder God City. They looked at the angry Lei Chong with a face full of shock. This was their sacred city's top genius. Who dared to provoke him? Chapter 3689. Something might have happened to my brother. He might have been killed by someone, Lei Chong said coldly, scaring the surrounding people. How is that possible? It's true. I can sense it. Hurry down the mountain and find my brother's body. At the same time, the others were looking for anyone who had come to the mountain recently. If there's anyone suspicious, report it to me immediately. Who dared to kill my brother? I will make him pay a painful price. In an instant, a storm was stirred up in Dongling Mountain. Many people knew that Lei Chong's brother had been killed. This was really unbelievable. Lei Chong was a peak genius of the Thunder God City. His younger brother was also from the Thunder God City. Someone actually dared to kill someone from Thunder God City. Did they want to die? Everyone was discussing. Many people even guessed that it might have been done by the native demonic beasts of the East Spirit world. However, the people of Thunder God City knew that it wasn't, especially Lei Chong. He firmly believed that it must have been done by other martial artists, because he was very clear about what his brother had done. He had robbed people who were passing by at a place 100,000 miles away from Dongling Mountain. This kind of behavior couldn't possibly anger demonic beasts. The ones who had to walk were martial artists passing by. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I will tear you into pieces. Lei Chong's face was incomparably cold. On the other side, Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu didn't know that their actions had caused a small storm in Dongling Mountain. Even if they knew, Lin Xian would probably do the same. After all, those people from Thunder God City who dared to have ideas about them were simply courting death. When they entered Dongling Mountain, Shen Jingqiu was surprised. Why were there so many guards here? No, why did their aura seem a little like Thunder God City's? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He transmitted his voice to Qiu. Be careful. Don't mention anything about our relationship with Thunder God City. The two of them walked over. During this time, the martial artists from Thunder God City glanced at the two of them. However, they quickly ignored them. Because of the two of them, Shen Jingqiu was at the late stage of the third heaven, while Lin Xian was at the early stage of the third heaven. They weren't that eye-catching. In their opinion, such a person would not be able to kill Lei Chong's brother. Lei Chong's younger brother had brought 9 experts with him. Perhaps only someone at the late stage of the 4th heavenly layer or the 5th heavenly layer would be able to capture those people. The two of them safely entered Spirit Mountain. There were a lot of people inside, and the whole mountain was like a huge city. There were all kinds of pavilions, buildings, and shops. The martial artists here were also here to train, and there were even many demonic beasts walking around. Let's go find Peerless City, their stronghold here. After asking around, the two of them headed towards one of the mountains. On the other side, Lei Chong had been waiting for news. His subordinates kept sending him news. They reported one after another, but did not find any suspicious characters. They were all ordinary saints who had entered. Lei Chong frowned. How could this be? He held a jade pendant in his hand, and his eyes shone with a cold light. Suddenly his eyebrows twitched. The pendant in his hand flickered with a trace of light. He sensed that person. He soared into the sky and looked around. What's wrong, Brother Chong? The martial artists under his command were all stunned. Lei Chong said, that person had already entered the mountain. What? How could this be? The surrounding subordinates were were completely stunned. We have been closely monitoring. As long as it is someone at the late stage of the 4th heavenly layer or the 5th heavenly layer, we will immediately report it. However, we have not found such a person at all. You are too careless. It may not be someone at the late stage of the 4th heavenly layer or the 5th heavenly layer. Other cultivations may also be able to do it. For example, someone who has many sacred tools in his hands. Therefore, that person's cultivation is not as high as you think. Lei Chang's voice was biting cold. He naturally knew that there were some geniuses who could fight above their level. There were even some geniuses who had powerful sacred tools in their hands. Follow me, I can find him. Lei Chong waved his hand and led the martial artists from Thunder God City to the sky. They flew quickly in the sky. This scene attracted the attention of many people. Look, those people are from Thunder God City. The leader should be Lei Chong. Tianya, what are they doing? Look at this murderous aura. Didn't you hear that Lei Chong's younger brother was killed? What? How could it be? Who is courting death? Screams rang out one after another as many people followed suit. Chiu! The mountaintop of Wushuang City should be in front of us. We should be able to pass the 3rd test after we hand over the East Spirit Stones. Xin Jingqiu also revealed a smile. This is great. The test is finally over. They can finally join Wushuang City. However, they stopped at this moment. This was because they realized that there were countless thunderclaps in front of them. They formed a sea of thunder and blocked their path. Damn it, who is it? They raised their heads. They saw more than 10 figures descending from the sky. They arrived near them and surrounded them. The leader was wearing a thunder robe and had a thunder sword. He had a powerful aura. The people from Thunder God City had descended and surrounded Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu. Lin Xian asked coldly, "Who are you people? Why are you blocking my path?" The surrounding martial artists were all watching from nearby, whispering to each other. Heavens, what is going on? Thunder God City actually surrounded this man and woman? Could it be that these 2 people offended Thunder God City? I heard that Lei Chang's younger brother was killed. Could it be that these 2 people did it? How could it be? The 2 of them were only level 3 saints. Lei Chang's younger brother had 7 to 8 saints under him. How could it be that these 2 people did it? Everyone was puzzled. We are from Thunder God City. One of the martial artists said, coldly. Lei Chang's voice was even colder. He stared at Lin Xian. That's right, it's you. I can feel your aura. It's you who killed my younger brother. Your younger brother? I haven't seen him. Lin Xian shook his head. Lei Chong said, Don't quibble. I can feel your aura. It's definitely you. Be obedient and kneel down to accept your death. I will sacrifice your head to my younger brother. The power of thunder on Lei Chong's body was extremely terrifying. It caused the surrounding heaven and earth to rumble nonstop. Seeing that the other party was determined, Lin Xian knew that the other party should have concrete evidence. Therefore, he didn't evade. Are you saying that there are people who want to rob us from 10,000 miles away? If it's that kind of trash, that's right, it's indeed me who did it. However, are they from Thunder God City? Since when did Thunder God City become so despicable and shameless to rob others on the road? Is this how the people from Holy City do things? Lin Xian's voice clearly spread in all directions. After the surrounding people heard it, they were all stunned. Lei Chong's younger brother actually robbed others on the road? Heavens, this is too shameless. Lower your voice. Do you want to die? Everyone was shocked. It was indeed shameful to do such a thing in the Holy City. The faces of the people from Thunder God City also sank. Damn brat, are you courting death? Chapter 3690. Lei Chong's expression was cold. I don't care what my brother does. It's his freedom. But if you kill him, you'll definitely die. Are you going to die obediently or resist and let me torture you to death? You can choose one. So overbearing, so arrogant. Why don't you ask your brother what despicable things he did to kill me? Since it's like this, there's nothing to say. Let's fight. Let me see what qualifications you have as an elder brother to be so arrogant. Lin Xian was also angry. Lei Chong didn't look like a good person. He wanted to use his powerful background to oppress others. However, was he that easy to bully? You want to fight me? Lei Chong glanced at Lin Xian with disdain in his eyes. The surrounding people also shook their heads. This brat was simply too reckless. He actually dared to fight Lei Chong. Lei Chong was a level 4 late-stage expert. He was also a genius who could fight those above his level. That kid was only a level 3 late-stage expert. How could he be Lei Chong's opponent? They really didn't know what method he used to kill Lei Chong's brother. It was probably a despicable method. It might be a sneak attack. These people knew Lei Chong's name. Hence, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Sure enough, these people from Thunder God City sneered. Kid, if you didn't use despicable methods, would you be able to kill the people from Thunder God City? You want to be Brother Chong's opponent? Who do you think you are? Brother Chong, I'll kill him. A person walked out. This person was a level 3 late-stage expert. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Come, kid, I'll let you have 10 moves. I'll make you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy with one hand. Ha! The surrounding people sneered in disdain. He didn't know what death was. Lin Xian shook his head. These people from the God of Thunder were too arrogant and haughty. Did they really think that he was a pushover? Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hold back. He took out the heavenly Luo umbrella and opened it. It froze the space and released the poison gas. At the same time, the heavenly Luo umbrella shot out a ray of light that covered him and Xin Jingqiu. It prevented them from being infected by the poison. It was done in a blink of an eye. Hence, the surrounding was filled with green mist. That arrogant disciple from Thunder City fell down. He was foaming at the mouth, twitching. His body was covered with green spots. The surrounding people were stunned at first, but in the next moment they screamed crazily. Not good, poison. Damn, I'm poisoned. What kind of poison is this? I can't get rid of it. Screams rang out one after another as more than a dozen people fell down one after another. This poison was extremely terrifying. Even a level 5 heavenly layer expert could not withstand it, let alone these people. Lei Chong's expression also changed. Damn it! Lightning interweaved on his body, forming a ball of lightning that enveloped him. However, he still underestimated this corpse poison. The corpse poison bypassed the lightning ball and directly drilled into his body. His face also turned green, and with a thud he fell to the ground, twitching nonstop. The surrounding people were all stunned. Oh my God, what's going on? Ow. That's too unbelievable. This kid is too heaven-defying. Corpse poison. There's a strong poison in this kid's body. It should be the corpse poison of a saint. No wonder he's so strong. No wonder he could kill Lei Chong's brother. The surrounding people also retreated frantically. Although the corpse poison was sealed in the space and didn't attack them, it might leak out. Once they inhaled it, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Lin Xian waved his hand and kept the heavenly Luo umbrella and the poison. In fact, he only released a small part of it. These people couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, these people fell to the ground and wailed. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Lei Chong kept twitching. He gritted his teeth and roared with difficulty. Damn it, you're despicable and shameless. I'm despicable and shameless? Lin Xian sneered. You have the nerve to say such words. You brought a large group of saints to besiege the two of us. You still dare to say that I'm despicable and shameless. I'm just teaching you a lesson. I let you know that you shouldn't be too arrogant outside. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The way they looked at Lin Xian changed. Previously, they thought that this kid didn't know what's good for him. But now, it seemed that he was simply a ruthless character. He used his trump card right from the start and poisoned a group of experts. Damn it, give me the antidote, Lei Chong said with difficulty. He was too aggrieved. He was a top-tier genius with a body full of mystic skills. But before he could even unleash any of them, he was taken down by someone else. This was a crazy slap to his face. Moreover, he felt that he couldn't get rid of this poison. If he didn't get the antidote, he was afraid that he would die here. Lin Xian said, "Antidote? Sorry, I don't have that kind of thing. You'll have to detoxify yourself, slowly." After saying that, he walked forward. "Damn it, Elder, save me." Lei Chong crushed a jade token. Suddenly, a roar came from the top of a mountain. "Who is it? How dare you touch the people of my Thunder God City?" The figure descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning and turned into an old man. His powerful aura spread out in all directions. "It's a small saint." Many people's expression changed. This was the small saint of Thunder God City. Eastern Spirit World was a training ground. Countless experts of big clans and sects would train here. Therefore, they had their strongholds in Eastern Spirit World. Eastern Spirit Mountain was where the strongholds were located. Each saint city or clan occupied a mountain peak. Wushuang City was the same, and so was Thunder God City. At this moment, the elder of Thunder God City's stronghold received the distress signal and immediately rushed over. When he arrived, he almost vomited blood. "What's going on?" Lei Chong and the geniuses of Thunder God City were defeated. "Damn it, what happened? Is there a small saint here?" One should know that Lei Chong was at the late stage of the 4th heavenly realm. In addition to his powerful divine ability and trump card, he had no problem fighting against a 5th heavenly realm saint. In addition, there were so many geniuses. Therefore, in his opinion, only a small saint could defeat so many people. "Elder, catch him. He's the one who injured us." Those people pointed at Lin Xian crazily. The small saint elder raised his head and stared at Lin Xian. He was stunned. How could it be? He's at the early stage of the 3rd heavenly realm. His eyeballs almost fell to the ground. He thought for a while, but he never thought that the murder was an early stage 3rd heavenly realm cultivator. An early stage 3rd heavenly realm cultivator defeated a group of experts? What a joke! He felt as if he was dreaming. However, all eyes were on Lin Xian. It seemed that this was really done by him. "Damn it, what's going on?" His face suddenly became gloomy. He was poisoned, and it was a very strong poison. He stared at Lin Xian. A powerful aura spread out from his body, forming a cage. Chapter 3691. Xin Jingqiu looked solemn. That aura had shocked them. Lin Xian kept the heavenly Luo umbrella above his head and did not release any poison. The heavenly Luo umbrella was a saint weapon. It blocked the monstrous saint aura. Then he sneered. "What? Is Thunder God City going to be despicable again?" First, it was a group attack by more than 10 saints. Since they couldn't defeat Thunder God City, they sent a minor saint. How impressive! However, it's a little too shameless. "Brat, you're courting death." The little saint let out a roar as his aura burst out, transforming into a giant hand that reached out to grab the area in front of him. This power was really too terrifying. At this moment, many people knelt on the ground, unable to stand. This was the danger of a minor saint. It was far more dangerous than them. Such a terrifying giant hand of thunder with a vast law was trying to suppress Lin Xian. Feeling a great pressure, Lin Xian's face turned gloomy. He activated the heavenly Luo umbrella and released an unparalleled aura. It was dazzling, competing with the minor saint. With a clang, the two collided. Heaven fell and earth cracked. Everyone couldn't open their eyes because of the dazzling light. Lin Xian was pushed back. The heavenly Luo umbrella was also trembling. However, it still managed to block the attack. "So it's a saint weapon. No wonder you're so arrogant. But do you think you can defeat me with a saint weapon as an early stage 3rd heavenly layer?" The minor saint said with disdain. Although a saint weapon was good, it depended on who was holding it. In his hands, it was an unparalleled, peerless weapon. But in the hands of his opponent, it was just SOSO. "Oh, really? Then try this." Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, The corpse poison in the heavenly luo umbrella floated out and spread forward. The minor saint was disdainful at first, but when he felt the poisonous gas, his face changed instantly and he quickly retreated. The law on his body formed a shield and shrouded him. This poison was too terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. No wonder Lei Chong and more than 10 saints were poisoned. This kind of poison was not something that they could resist. Who was his opponent? Why would he possess such a terrifying corpse poison? Elder, don't fight with him for now. Quickly save us. We can't hold on any longer. We're about to be poisoned to death. At this moment, Lei Chong opened his mouth with difficulty. The minor saint's face instantly changed. Not good. He was so focused on the battle that he forgot about Lei Chong and the others. His face turned completely ugly. Lei Chong and the others were in a very dangerous situation. If they did not expel the poison quickly, they would probably die immediately. Damn brat, hand over the antidote. He looked at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with killing intent. Lin Xian shrugged. I really don't have the antidote. You're courting death. Do you really want us Thunder God City's geniuses to die? Do you know what the consequences are? I was just passively defending. If they didn't want to kill me, how could I be poisoned? Lin Xian sneered. Your disciples' lives are important, but is my life not important? Could it be that the lives of the people in your Thunder God City are a level higher than others? Lin Xian was also enraged, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. You're courting death, the elder roared, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. He summoned his companions. Some people flew over. They were the elders of the Thunder God City. When they arrived, they were shocked. What happened? Our people are poisoned. Hurry up and save them. When the elders arrived, their faces immediately became ugly. Hurry up and save them. They quickly summoned more companions. Using techniques, they took out the antidote pills and cooperated with the laws of heaven and earth to expel the poison. The minor saint stood up again and stared at Lin Xian. Do you really think that this poison can fight against us? You're really courting death. Another minor saint stood out. 2 minor saints faced Lin Xian. As long as they captured him, they would be able to get rid of the poison. Not good. That brat is in danger. Although that brat has a saint weapon and poison, how could he be a match for 2 minor saints? Many people retreated frantically. At this moment, the pressure in this area was too great. They could not bear it at all. What should we do? Xin Jingqiu's face was also ugly. 2 minor saints were too dangerous for them. Lin Xian did not resist. He let out a long cry. I'm a disciple of Peerless City. Now I'm being attacked by the elders of Thunder God City. I hope the elders of Peerless City can save me. His voice turned into thunder, rolling out in all directions. What? He's from Peerless City? And he's a disciple of Peerless City? Everyone was stunned. This identity was nothing in the eyes of these powerhouses. However, it was this unremarkable person who had caused such a commotion. On a mountain peak far away, a few streams of light streaked across the sky. What's going on? They looked at Lin Xian. These people were from Peerless City. Elder, I'm Lin Wudi from Peerless City. I'm here to take part in the assessment. This time, I came to Eastern Spirit Mountain to hand over the mission. But I was besieged by the people of Thunder God City. Now, 2 minor saints from Thunder God City are going to attack me. What? The people of Peerless City were stunned. 2 minor saints from Thunder God City were going to attack their disciples? Isn't this too much of a bully? At the same time, an old man raised his eyebrows. You're that Lin Wudi? He was too shocked. As the elder of Peerless City, he naturally knew that a peerless genius had appeared in the assessment. His name was Lin Wudi. In the first round, he broke the record of Peerless City that had existed for thousands of years. In the second round, he took the first place and eliminated 3 of the 8 great geniuses. They were very optimistic about the third round. This person had a high chance of becoming the eldest disciple of the 3rd generation. Now, such a person was besieged by the people of Sky Thunder City. If it was a young disciple, they could still tolerate it. After all, conflicts between the saint cities were normal. But now, 2 elders of Thunder God City, 2 minor saints, were going to attack. This made them unable to tolerate it. What's going on? They landed and instantly protected Lin Xian and Xinjingqiu. Then the old man looked at Thunder God City. What's the meaning of this? Are you going to attack our people? Don't you think it's too shameless to bully the weak with 2 minor saints? The people of Peerless City were furious. 2 minor saints. Aren't they too much of a bully? Do they really think that Peerless City is easy to bully? Damn it. Go away quickly. I'm going to capture this kid. It has nothing to do with you. The elders of Thunder God City were also furious. Now, they must capture the other party and get the antidote. The people of Peerless City sneered. What a joke. How can it have nothing to do with us? This is the address of Peerless City. He poisoned more than a dozen of our saint geniuses. If he doesn't hand over the antidote, do you think we'll let him go? The few minor saints said coldly. They were really mad. What? The people of Peerless City were also stunned. They took a glance and found that Lei Chong and the other saint geniuses were lying on the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. This made the corners of their mouths twitch. But very quickly they became wild with joy. This brat was far too awesome. Chapter 36:92. They knew that Lei Chong was a top heaven's pride. Together with a dozen saints, even a 5th celestial layer expert would have to spend some effort to deal with him. But now, this kid actually defeated all of them in an instant. This is simply a talent. They had to protect such a talent well. At this time, Lin Xian also said, Elder, the people from Thunder God City tried to rob us outside and were defeated by me. Then these people refused to accept it and wanted to besiege me. In the end, they were defeated. Therefore, their elder took action. I really don't know why Sky Thunder City is so despicable and shameless. Elder, please give us justice. Hearing this, the people from Wushuang City wanted to laugh. This kid is still acting innocent after taking advantage of them. However, they had never been on good terms with Lei Xinqing. At this moment, they naturally had to protect Lin Xian. More importantly, Lei Xinqing was the one who provoked them first. First, it was a robbery. Then it was a group attack. Now, it was the elders who took action. Every matter was done by Thunder God City shamelessly. You actually dared to take action against our people. Give us an explanation or compensate us. Otherwise, this matter will not end. The elder from Wushuang City said coldly, Compensation? Hand over that kid first and make him hand over the antidote. Otherwise, we will not rest until we are dead. The people from Thunder God City were also furious. More than a dozen of their geniuses were in danger. Both sides did not back down. For a moment, the atmosphere was incomparably tense. All kinds of saint auras spread between heaven and earth. A few elders from Wushuang City arrived. The smell of gunpowder between the two sides was getting thicker and thicker. At this time, Lei Chong woke up again. Old Zhang, he killed my brother. And he even killed 7 or 8 saints beside my brother. They are all the geniuses of our Thunder God City. You must take revenge. What? The elders from Thunder God City instantly vomited blood. 7 or 8 geniuses had already died in the hands of the other party. Damn it! Their eyes instantly turned red. The elders from Wushuang City were also stunned. Lin Xian said, When they robbed, they were all masked. How would I know that they were from Thunder God City? Moreover, they did not say that I would naturally be merciless towards the robbers. Hearing this, the elder from Peerless City laughed. That was indeed the case. When attacking the enemy, of course they had to use the most forceful method. You can only blame yourselves for hiding your identity. The people from Thunder God City couldn't take it anymore. Damn it, capture that brat. Several elders made their moves. The people from Peerless City snorted. Do you think we're afraid of you? In an instant, the two sides began to fight. A great battle erupted. Terrifying energy collapsed the heavens and cracked the earth, spreading across the sky. The surrounding people retreated like crazy. Their faces were filled with fear. The two elders of the great sage city began to fight just like that. And the fuse was because of a young man. It was really unbelievable. Peerless City, you're courting death. The people of Thunder God City were thoroughly enraged. This time, they had brought a lot of elders. In an instant, they had suppressed the people of Peerless City. The people from Peerless City were at a disadvantage, and their expressions were ugly. The people from Thunder God City laughed heartily. Just relying on your Peerless City, you dare to contend against our Thunder God City? Your Peerless City has only been established for a few thousand years. Your foundation is too weak. Our Thunder God's legacy is over 10,000 years old. How can you compare to him? In the distance, those people felt their scalps go numb. Indeed, although there were two great sage city, Peerless City was a new power. There were only 2 generations of disciples in the sect. Now, they were only recruiting the 3rd generation. Thunder God City was different. It was an old saint city with a legacy of 10,000 years. The disciples in the sect had already reached the 8th generation. There was indeed a gap between the foundation of both sides. For example, in the stronghold, the number of elders and saints allocated by Peerless City was not as many as Thunder God City. Therefore, they were at a disadvantage now. Obediently hand over the person. Otherwise, I'll suppress you. Your Peerless City's face won't look good. The elders of Thunder God City laughed sinisterly. The elders of Peerless City frantically counterattacked. They would definitely not let Lin Xian be in danger. Lin Xian was a good seedling. In the future, he would definitely become the disciple of the Sage King. Lin Xian's face was also cold. He activated the heavenly Luo umbrella and shot out the remaining poison. The poison spread, causing the people of Thunder God City to frantically retreat. Only then did the pressure lessen a little. However, it was just a relief. This time, there were 3 minor saints on the other side. Under their joint attack, the corpse poison only lasted for a moment before it was torn apart. Not good. They're too strong. You guys go first. Someone come and bring the 2 of them away quickly. The warriors of Peerless City brought Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu through the void, wanting to go to their stronghold. However, they were stopped by someone. Want to go? Impossible. Stay here obediently. A minor saint unleashed a tremendous amount of law that resembled 2 gigantic dragons that swept across the battlefield. Not good. Quickly bring them away from Eastern Spirit Mountain. After receiving the order, the 2 minor saints brought Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu through the void and left Eastern Spirit Mountain. The others were in a great battle, chasing after them. In an instant, a battle broke out. Do you think you can resist? The people of Thunder God City looked ferocious. On the other side, the elders of Peerless City roared. Quickly send the news back to the Saint City and ask them to send reinforcements. In the sky, for streams of light streaked across. It was Lin Xian and the other 3. They left Eastern Spirit Mountain and flew towards the distance. Behind them, there were 4 streams of light chasing after them. Although they had the same number of people, they were facing 4 Fifth Heaven Saints. On their side, there were only 2 Fifth Heaven Saints. In addition to Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu, there were only 2 Third Heaven Saints. In comparison, the difference in strength was too great. Therefore, the people of Thunder God City behind them sneered. You can't escape. After flying for about half a day, they finally stopped Lin Xian and the others. The 4 of them landed and surrounded Lin Xian and the others. We'll hold on for a while. You 2 go first. The 2 saints of Peerless City gritted their teeth and said, No need. We'll stay and fight. If it's just a 5th Heaven Saint, it's nothing. Lin Xian said coldly. Xin Jingqiu nodded her head. I can hold on for a while too. At least I can hold one of them. When these words came out, the 2 saints of Peerless City were stunned. On the other hand, the people of Thunder God City laughed. Ha! What did they just hear? 2 saints of the 3rd heaven wanted to contend with them? They were really reckless. Kid, Who do you think you are? The corpse poison in your hands is gone. Without the poison gas, you dare to fight against us? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If the two of them were afraid, it would be the poison. But now they knew that the corpse poison was completely used up. Therefore, they were not afraid of the other party. Chapter 36:93. No, it's too dangerous. The two of you should leave quickly. The saints from Peerless City also shook their heads. They were really worried. Lin Xian insisted. Trust me. Don't talk nonsense with them. Attack. The people from Sky Thunder City roared. The four of them attacked. Damn it. In an instant the battle erupted. The two saints from Peerless City were restrained by the two saints from Sky Thunder City. The other two from the Great Sage charged towards Lin Xian and Xinjingqiu. Can Qiu hold on? I'll let you use the heavenly Luo umbrella. I'll let Little White help you. But what about you, Brother Lin? Will it be dangerous? Shen Jingqiu was a little worried. Lin Xian said, Don't worry, I have a way. Reckless brat, go to hell. A middle-aged man from Thunder God City sneered. The other party had a way to deal with him? What a joke! He could crush the other party with just his cultivation realm. With a cold snort, a sun formed in his body. It was a sun formed by thunder and lightning. It carried an incomparably violent aura and pressed forward. The other person also attacked Xinjingqiu. Xinjingqiu shouted and instantly activated her spiritual body. Her cultivation increased greatly. At the same time, she opened the heavenly Luo umbrella. Moreover, she took out another saint weapon. It was a purple flying sword. Little White hugged the calm pearl and was ready to attack at any time. Above Lin Xian's head, a sun of thunder kept flickering, suppressing the sky and him at the same time. Lin Xian snorted and activated the void escape. In an instant, he teleported to another place. At the same time, he took out the Great Sage Pagoda and released a strand of starry sky fire. There wasn't much starry sky fire left. Moreover, the Black Earth was at the most critical moment and would be completed soon. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't use much starry sky fire. However, it was enough. He didn't intend to burn the other party to death with the starry sky fire. As long as he could burn the other party and scare them, it was enough. Buzz! A strand of the starry sky flame, which was the size of a palm, danced about and instantly enveloped the other party. With a blood-curdling scream, half of the fifth heaven sage's body was burned away. They were so scared that they fled frantically. This pitiful voice made one's scalp go numb. The surrounding sages all turned their heads to look. Their pupils shrank. How was this possible? A fifth heavenly layer saint had lost half of his body in an instant. He was seriously injured. This was too inconceivable. Was this really done by this kid? The people from Thunder God City were stunned. As for the people from Peerless City, they were also stunned. The next moment, they were overjoyed. Great! This kid's strength was beyond their expectations. From the looks of it, it wasn't impossible for them to fight. Damn, brat, I want you dead. That kind of injured saint rushed over. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think that with your cultivation of the fifth heavenly layer, you can contend against me? What a joke! The middle-aged man roared, and the magical laws on his body exploded. He performed a hand seal, and his left hand drew a divine saber that slashed down. His right hand formed a lightning dragon. At this moment, the power exploded, and heaven and earth trembled. This was a magical ability of the magical laws. It was really powerful to the extreme. At the same time, he was constantly paying attention to the appearance of that terrifying flame. Once it appeared, he would immediately escape. Lin Xian did not use the starry sky fire again. He had done enough. The flame had injured the other party, and now the other party was scared out of his wits. He used the Kuan Peng movement technique to dodge. At the same time, he pulled out the great destruction spear. With a roar, endless sword chi flew out. At the same time, he activated his ocular technique and summoned the headless knight to fight with it. With a boom, the two collided. The sun and moon shook, and a vast ocean-like power swept through the 9 heavens. This was really too inconceivable. How was it possible? He blocked it. The surrounding sages were also stunned. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was relying on a magical flame to be able to injure the 5th heavenly layer saint. They were not a match for him at all. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would actually block the attack of a 5th heavenly layer saint. The other party's weapon was a sacred artifact. What was the headless knight that the other party had summoned? Why was its power so terrifying? Haha, the sage of the 5-colored sky was only SOSO. Lin Xian laughed, his confidence doubled. You're courting death. The middle-aged man was so angry that his body trembled. Without the flame, he was still no match for the other party. This was a great humiliation. Die for me! His palms formed a seal again, transforming into a mountain of thunder. He struck with both palms, and the mountain of thunder exploded. He wanted to completely crush Lin Xian. Lin Xian activated the 9-yang divine body and activated the Qilin tattoo at the same time. His physique was really strong at this moment. Therefore, he did not dodge at all. He held the Great Destruction spear in his hand and danced in the wind. Dragon-shaped sword qi flew out, piercing through heaven and earth. The giant mountain of thunder was shattered into pieces. Lin Xian's body trembled as he was attacked by the endless thunder. On the other side, the middle-aged sage was also not feeling good. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. His nomological divine ability had been broken by the other party. It was too unbelievable. At this moment, the attack in Lin Xian's eyes produced a golden blade of light. It carried an indomitable aura as it slashed forward. At the same time, he used his ocular technique, spring, and autumn lock. The middle-aged man was hit by the soul attack. His head trembled, and he almost fell from the sky. Damn it! He hurriedly defended and retreated frantically, trying to pull away. Little White! Lin Xian roared angrily. Little White appeared out of thin air and slapped the other party's head. The other party immediately fainted. It was an ocular technique attack. The Great Destruction spear turned into a dragon shadow and rushed over. With a valiant posture, it directly pierced through the other party. Miserable cries rang out once again. Everyone had gone crazy. He was injured again. This time, the other party did not use that strange flame, but he still injured a 5th firmament sage. Moreover, it was too fast. They were already locked in a fierce battle. But was the outcome of the battle already about to be decided? Ah! The middle-aged man screamed, his body trembling with anger. Go to hell! He was pierced by the spear, but he wanted to fight for his life. At this moment, Lin Xian shot out a ball of flame. Do you think I don't have this kind of flame? He shot out the flame. Damn it! The middle-aged man originally wanted to fight for his life, but after seeing the flame, he was scared out of his wits and immediately retreated. He even forcefully shattered his body to escape. Ha! Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. This was not the starry sky flame, but the 9 suns' divine flame. However, the other party had been injured by the starry sky flame before and had long become a frightened bird. Now that he saw the flame, he was instinctively afraid. This was the effect he wanted. A 5th firmament sage was nothing more than this. Lin Xian attacked again. Ocular technique, saint artifact, great dragon sword soul, and stellar transposition allowed him to suppress the other party. In the end, the sage was directly scattered and crippled by him. He was completely suppressed by him. The remaining 3 people from Thunder God City were completely stunned. Who was this kid?